It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Ating alamin, suriin natin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders, mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Face your problem. That must have been the battle cry of our guest, Miss Leslie Ann Casas Uy, the founder and CEO of Kala Cosmetics Beauty and Wellness Company. After suffering from facial acne, she eventually came up with the best treatment that worked for her. We're pleased to have her here in Open for Business to talk about her business venture, Kala Cosmetics, and how it can help you be more beautiful inside and out. One of the principles of business is to find a solution to a need. In this episode, we will find out how an entrepreneur who was in search of products for her acne problems ended up with her own skincare line. Her products include a powder supplement with the power of stem cells and creams with snail secretion filtrates. We have here Miss Leslie Ann Uy, the founder and CEO of Kala Cosmetics Beauty and Wellness Company. Welcome to Open for Business, Miss Leslie.
Thank you.
Kumusta po kayo?
Okay naman po.
Miss Leslie, please tell us your journey on how you ended up establishing Kala Cosmetics Beauty and Wellness and your products, Hayami Health Booster. At saka marami tayong nakikita dito.
Apo.
Paano po ba kayo nagsimula? O you mentioned kanina in our introduction also that you had, you are not as flawless as you are now before. So
Yes.
what happened? How you please tell us of your journey po.
Yeah, well, actually, nag-start yung acne or breakouts ko nung adolescent stage pa lang, mga 11 or 12 years old. And then, akala ko because of puberty lang, kaya yun, may pimples. And then, nag-20 na ako, up until 28, marami pa rin. And then, nung adulthood na, nagpa-check up ako kasi I've tried so many treatments, yung mga machine treatments, sa mga clinics, and even yung mga mamahal na mga products, mga minsan isang set more than 100,000. Talaga ang dami nang na-try, treatments plus products, pero wala talaga nag-work. Kasi I think it's from internal factors because of my hormonal imbalances. I had PCOS also. So yun, na-discover ko yung products through my friend who is a chemist. So nag-conceptualize kami ng product na all-in-one siya na ginagamit natin for beautification and to be healthy. So ayun, afterwards, yung formula na nabuo namin, I asked a friend who is a doctor also, a dermatologist, and she studied the product, and yun nga, mas na-perfect pa yung product. May na-remove, may pinalit na mas maganda. So, it gave birth to Hayami, and yung Hayami kasi is for internal use. Iniinom siya. It's ingested as a juice form. And then yung Lucent Skin, topical product siya, ina-apply on the skin for the, for the blemishes. Siyempre, pag you have pimples before, definitely may scars or mga dark spots, yun naman yung pang-remove. So, that one naman, it was discovered Kasi ang dami ko ang ginagamit mula sa pinakamura at saka hanggang sa pinakamahal na product. So, yung mga effective sa akin, I put it all together. Tapos yun, nabuo yung Lucent skincare line.
But Miss Leslie, you mentioned about adolescents, di ba? Who are experiencing acne problems. Pero ano po ba doon sa inyong mga pag-aaral ang talagang factors po nito? Kasi talagang pag adolescent ka, talagang medyo normal sa'yo. Pero you said nga, parang eventually hindi na matanggal. But there are a lot of people also who share that kind of experience. Ano po ba yung mga iba-ibang factors nga na nagdudulot ng acne? Sa Tagalog, ito ay yung tagyawat.
Opo,
Tama?
opo. With all my experiences, syempre I've been to many different clinics din to consult nga kung ano yung problem ko. So yung iba sinasabi hygiene problem or hindi ako hiyang sa ginagamit na skincare or yun nga pag may pimples ka daw dito sa baba because of toothpaste, pag sa noo, sa shampoo, which I think hindi talaga siya proven for me na yun ang cause. Kasi even if I wash my face 3 times a day, minsan 5 times pa. Kung dahil sa dirt, hindi pa rin nawawala, it is not the real cause. So, for me, I think it's really from internal. Kasi nga, I had, yun nga, hormonal imbalances, polycystic ovarian syndrome, yun nga yun, na hindi maayos yung hormonal balance ko sa katawan. So, it triggered the, yun nga, cystic pimples.
Pero
stress also.
Tama, stress. Pero the good thing about you, Miss Leslie, is that you were consulting professionals, di ba? Dermatologists, doctors, and you were asking them. So, ito ba, Miss Leslie, you are also advising a lot of people to really consult professionals first before they try products. But the good thing is, you yourself has tried on all this before you came up with your own product and solution. So, gaano ka-importante sa mga nanonood sa atin na parang dapat sila, they also have to consult the dermatologists, dermaclinics, para talagang swak yung produkto na may i-apply nila sa sarili nila.
Yes, very important pa rin syempre to consult a doctor kasi just like parenting, iba-iba yung style. So sa doctors din, iba-iba rin yung style, di ba? Opo, kung paano sila iti-treat if ever meron mga skin problem. So the ingredients are all printed naman on the products. They can check, the doctors can check kung meron bang contraindication if ever may medications yung mga patients or merong allergic reaction sila to a certain ingredient. Ayun, pwede po nila ipacheck. Pero so far, ako po yung unang gumamit for 2 to 3 months. Ako muna. And then afterwards, I let my friends and family use it also. Mga 300 people before I really opened it to the market.
So parang may market test ka.
Opo. So far naman, magaganda naman yung feedback. And may mga testimonials din na the effects of the products are really good to them. Kaya, yun, if you can check then our page, it's posted there.
Wow, perfect. Miss Leslie, the products, as you mentioned, or anything that has to be taken, should take care of both the inner and outer beauty. How are your products doing this? What makes the products effective to both target your inner and outer beauty?
Yes, being beautiful kasi for me should be holistic. It should be both inside and outside. Kasi may mga maganda or gwapo tingnan from the outside pero hindi pala healthy inside. So, we have developed products that are ingested. Yun nga yung Hayami stem cell supplement to help you give your body the nutrients that it needs para maging healthy, to repair the damaged tissues and fight against stress. Kasi it has 20 active ingredients na hindi mo na kailangan mag-take ng sobrang daming tabletas or capsules every day kasi all that you need is inside Hayami na. So that's for the inside. It's proven to be anti-aging. It is also a prevention for cancer and it's also a memory enhancer. And then kung healthy ka na inside, just like parang glutha, pag tinitake mo yon, pumuputi ka as a side effect of the glutathione. So ganun din siya we market it as a beauty product, but it's really a health product. Kasi since nagiging healthy ka, nagra-radiate on your physical appearance na you're becoming healthier. And then, yun namang Lucent Skin, it's applied on the skin. Topical products yan for the face, neck, for the hands, pwede rin. So yan naman is for anti-wrinkles, anti-blemishes, and yung mga scars from pimples, from yung melasma from the sun rays, nakaka-help din siya mag-reduce ng mga skin problems na yon.
Well, the products are very interesting. Miss Leslie, sino ngayon yung tina-target na market mo dito? Kasi siyempre, pagdating sa mga tagyawat, maraming mga kabataan dyan. But with the discussion of the positioning of these products, it seems that it also targets a lot of markets, di ba? From the adolescents, mga bata, gusto din yan. Pero siyempre, sa mga katulad naming nagkakaedad, Miss Leslie, parang kahit pa paano, di ba? Parang a lot of the different segments, demographics would also want that, especially if it makes them younger, makes their skin fairer, or more radiant, di ba? So, who are you targeting? Are there specific target markets for each product?
Well, actually, the flagship product po is the Hayami stem cell supplement, because it's for all ages, all genders. Basta gustong gumanda at maging healthy, they are suggested to take the product. So I think as per the doctor, mga 18 years old above pwede na mag-take. And then the cream naman, the serum and the cream, yung Lucent Skin, kahit adolescents pwede kasi hindi naman masyadong sensitive kung ina-apply lang on the face kasi eto kasing Hayami is really for anti-aging purposes. So, kasi pag bata pa, wala ka naman talagang i-repair pa. Dahil since bata pa sila, healthy pa yung mga tissues and organs nila. So, yun po.
So, Miss Leslie, parang dito ba, of course, di ba, we see a lot of many brands. We see imported brands, we see also local brands, but we're very proud that the Filipino entrepreneurs are really developing these products, for the market, just like you. So, basically, with the entrepreneurial spirit of the Filipino, talagang hindi ka na kailangan gumaya, talagang gawin mo na. And this is what Filipinos are known for. Pero ang tanong po, do you have your own lab or processing plant? And siyempre, sa mga nanonood ngayon, kung gusto nila lang malaman, may FDA ba yan? Kasi anything that we put on our skin, it may be sensitive to us. So, is this FDA approved or halal, as it's also distributed, I think, in different parts of the world?
Yeah. Actually, it's of course, it's FDA approved, and it's also available na ngayon sa UAE, sa Dubai. We are opening our office there next year, I think mga February, if available na yung mga licenses namin, because it's also strict there. So here naman, yes, it's complete with the documents, yung FDA natin, and just to give you the how it is manufactured. So si Hayami, it's the ingredients are from Japan and Switzerland, but it's all manufactured here. So imported yung ingredients niya, but it's packed here in the Philippines. And then the Lucent Skin naman, the ingredients are from Korea. It's a Korean technology kasi yung snail secretion filtrates are from Korea talaga. And then it's all manufactured in Guangzhou, China. So I import it here in Philippines.
So, napakagandang mapag-usapan na sa isang batang katulad ninyo, talagang you source it from different countries. So, siyempre, nakikita naman natin ang forex, di ba, nag-iiba-iba pagdating sa importation. Ano yung mga challenges nyo dyan? So, pagdating sa, di ba, parang I'm sure sa pagtaas ng dolyar, pagbaba ng piso. So, yun ba ay talagang paano nakakaapekto ang mga bagay na ito sa pagpapatuloy nyo ng negosyo? So, parang talagang may ano ba kayo? Parang like say, you buy it in bulk or you come up with your own, parang what are your strategies to ensure that somehow you are protected by the volatilities?
Well, actually, dalawa talaga yung main naging challenges if the products are imported. So first is the price. So kung may mga economical problems or yun nga, pagtaas or pagbaba ng dollars, ng mga currencies natin, naapektuhan yun. So yun yung isa, kaya dapat medyo meron kang safe margin para kahit tumaas siya, hindi ka naman malulugi later on. Tapos yun nga, dapat bulk din para, kasi when you buy bulk, mas cheaper yung price, yung cost price natin. And then, yung second naman na naging problem ko is yung forecasting ng products. Kasi you cannot order too early kasi baka ma-expire. Siyempre, you want to give your clients new products, di ba? Tapos naman, pagka late ka naman nag-order, minsan sold out ka na, wala pang stock. So that is the challenge for me. Yun, yung importation.
Wow. But I think the good thing about it is that you have ways, to make sure that you provide what the market needs, di ba? Pero I just have to read these statistics. Maganda yung nangyayari sa skincare market ngayon. It says that it is valued at sa Pilipinas lang ito sa skincare. It is valued at $1.05 billion in 2021. The Philippine skincare market was led by the facial care category in both value and volume terms in 2021. So, talagang maganda yung merkado. So, ikaw ba, Miss Leslie, binabalak mo rin bang palakihin pa yung mga produkto? What are your plans to ensure that you serve the market? And paano ka nakikipag-compete sa mga malalaking brands? Alam naman natin ng Pinoy, di ba? Parang mahilig na rin tayo sa mga branded, di ba? And speaking of Dubai, kagagaling lang ng Net25 artist doon. Talagang the Filipino community there is very vibrant. At bakit mo nga pala naisipang Dubai? Okay.
Because I went there for almost 1 year before, nung I think 3 years ago or 4 years ago. So I had friends there and I had connections. So it's easy for me to, to
penetrate the market.
Yes, a business there.
What's your outlook? Parang would you expand, the different product offerings that you have? What are your plans for the brand, and what are for the company? Would you continue to get a bigger market share for the existing products, or you want to offer more products in the market?
Well, actually, I want to offer more products. It's just under R&D now, research and development. But I also want to offer makeup lines na healthy kasi yun nga, with my own personal experience, not just yung mga creams or mga skincare na ginagamit natin is important. Important din yung mga makeups na ginagamit. So, if it's yung chemically loaded, yung medyo maraming lead, or hindi siya talaga healthy for the skin, isa yun sa mga naging problem ko before. Kasi talagang I spend so much for searching the right and healthy makeup for me. Kaya gusto ko gumawa ng makeup na it puts color on the face, at the same time, it gives nourishment on the skin. So later on yun, as of now, I wanna introduce first this products to the market.
Ang Open for Business ay isa sa mga platforms na talagang gustong tumulong sa mga maliliit na negosyo at sa mga nagsisimulang negosyo, and that's why we're very happy to have you here. So,
Thank you.
Even if your company is very young, you just started 2022,
Yes.
and there's already a growing number of resellers. Ilan na ba ito? Magkano ba yung reseller packages? And ano yung inclusions nito para malaman ng ating mga kababayan na gusto na rin na makisama sa iyong negosyo at
Yes.
para lalong lumaki pa?
Yes, actually, to be honest, yung margin ko for myself, for the main company, is not that big. Maliit lang, but I want to help people kasi na magkaroon din ng sideline or kumita ng maganda. To be a distributor, there's a minimum order. So, kailangan nila bumili ng ganitong package, ganito kadami to get that distributor's price. So, the distributor's price is 50% off So, for example, the selling of, for this cream is 112, the cost is only 600, and then the distributor will earn double. I mean, the cost is 600 and then he'll earn 600.
Wow. So, gaano na kalaki yung mga resellers mo, and is it growing, and gaano mo ba balak palakihin?
So far as of now, the resellers are mostly doctors kasi I always join mga medical conventions, mga doctors events. So mostly mga dermatologists, mga skin clinics po yung nagbebenta niyan ng Kala Cosmetics. And may ilan na private individuals, pero since yun nga, bago pa lang yung company, I think more or less nasa 20 pa lang yung distributor.
I think magandang strategy din yun na sa mga nagsisimulang negosyante or negosyo na you really have to tap professionals, experts, and in your case, talagang you target the doctors who sell or who are becoming the reseller of your products, di ba? So, talagang, it's one of the insights that I'm getting in this interview, wherein you really cater to those who have the knowledge and the expertise as far as skincare, because they're doctors, they're dermatologists. Is that also your vision? Ito ba yung talagang gusto mo ring pinag-isipan mo para lalong lumaki yung iyong negosyo?
Apo. As you've said a while ago, no, marami na ngayong mga skincare na lumalabas sa market. Pero yun nga, I want to make Kala different from others kasi mas credible pag professionals, pag mga doctors yung nag-explain, nag-aaral at nagbebenta ng mga produkto. And hindi lang sila basta nagbebenta, they're also users of the product. So I'm proud to say na it's really effective and maraming natutulungan yung produkto. That's why it became my business.
Wow, that's
Yes.
great. That's great to know. Ngayon, marami ding nagtatanong niyan, Miss Leslie, katulad ng mga nanonood. So, kumbaga parang they learn it here in Open for Business, pero ang isa sa gusto nilang malaman, for how long will they get the ROI para sa mga resellers? Parang will it take, siyempre nag-iiba-iba, depende doon sa market din at saka doon sa cost or price ng products. But on the average, gaano katagal bago nila makuha yung ROI nila?
Well, actually, since bago pa lang yung Kala Cosmetics, no, supposedly 100 pieces per item yung bibilhin ni distributor para maging distributor siya to get the 50% price. Pero I'm giving the distributors yung parang promo na pwedeng kung ilan lang muna, like 20-20, 5-20, para hindi sila mabigatan na outright ang laki agad ng babayaran nila. Kasi I want the people to try the products first. Kasi once they, once they experience the product, yung repeat business given na yun eh. So gusto ko lang na makilala muna nila yung produkto.
Wow, that's interesting. So, you also, I think this is not just one of your businesses. You had experiences in founding or establishing a number of businesses. Eh, siyempre, magtatanong yung mga iba kasi a lot of our viewers also are mothers, they have kids. So, in your case, going to the personal side, how do you manage everything, being in business and maintaining the needs of your family?
Well, actually, thankful talaga for the technology because it made my life easier. So yung mga other businesses ko, I just have my managers. So yung instructions na lang is through phone calls or text or chats. So pagka mga important meetings, doon lang ako pupunta. Pero most of the time, na-handle ko naman lahat simultaneously through the use of technology.
Yes, talagang yan ang parang gift to humankind no? So, maraming ngayon na mga negosyante din na parang nagsisimula, marami din na mga nanonood na kahit mga estudyante nga. Ano? Paano ba talaga sila magiging matagumpay? What are your keys to success na pwedeng matutunan din ng mga viewers natin na kabilang sa small and medium enterprise?
So, ang masasabi ko lang with my experience, no, cliche man, pakinggan, pero wag lang mapapagod na mag-try, even if you fail a lot of times. Kasi even me, myself, maraming beses din ako nagkamali. Diba? Nobody's perfect eh. Maraming beses din ako nag-fail. Pero basta you just keep on going, you persevere, tapos being resilient talaga, even after yung mga mabibigat na challenges, ma-overcome mo naman yan eh. Basta you have the will to stand up and, to be successful, tuloy-tuloy lang.
Wow. So, with the yung many businesses, with your involvement in this business, parang what is it that what are your learnings? Parang sinabi mo nga, parang sige, tayo lang, tuloy ka lang. So, parang ano dapat ang maasahan ng mga maliliit na negosyante na both failures? Parang I'm sure ikaw, napagdaanan mo na rin yan. Pero ano yung pinakamalaking problema na aasahan na nilang mangyayari at paano babangon?
Most of the businessmen po talaga, ang nagiging problema sa negosyo or nagiging failure sila or pagbagsak is malaking factor yung kasama mo sa negosyo. May it be an employee or a business partner or a client na hindi kayo harmonized, 'di ba, together. Dapat iisang vision. Yung client mo dapat believe din siya sa produkto mo or sa ginagawa mo, so you can work hand in hand. Ganon din sa employee mo. Kung hindi siya sumusunod sa'yo or hindi kayo iisa ng vision sa kumpanya, magkakaroon nga ng hindi pagkakaunawaan or failure. So dapat talaga, the people that are around you, dapat parehas kayo ng mindset, parehas ng frequency, parehas ng personality, I think.
Wow, that's a great insight because we really need alignment in business. And I agree, Miss Leslie, kasi parang they have to believe in the vision of the company. And sometimes it's, everything starts from the vision. Once you believe in the vision of the company, and everybody and everyone will go through that one mindset in achieving that vision.
Yes.
Maraming salamat, Miss Leslie Ann Uy. And
Thank you.
maybe if you can invite our viewers, where would they find your products if ever there are distributors out there or retailers or entrepreneurs who want to join Miss Leslie in her business? How will they find you?
Yeah, you can check us on Facebook. We have our Facebook page, we have Instagram and TikTok shop. Just type Kala Cosmetics. All our contact numbers are there. And also yung mga gustong mag-distributors, you can send us a personal message so we can share to you the process how to be a distributor. Yun po.
Thank you so much. That's Miss Leslie Ann Casas Uy, the founder and CEO of Kala Cosmetics Beauty and Wellness Company. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
Philippines commercial services exports seen to grow this year. The Philippines is expected to post a 6.6% growth in commercial services export this year, 2023, according to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP. For Asia-Pacific's commercial services export, ESCAP is seeing a 7.5% growth in 2023. The growth is expected to be realized with the further easing of travel restrictions and demand for transport and business services. In its Asia-Pacific Trade and Investment Trends 2022-2023 report, ESCAP's projection for the Philippines is almost the same pace as Malaysia, but faster than Singapore's 3.9%. Southeast Asian countries expected to post faster growth than the Philippines are Indonesia at 23.8%, Thailand at 36.4%, and Vietnam at 39.1%. ECB expects high inflation to remain in early 2023. While inflation may have peaked in the European Union, the European Central Bank is still mulling to increase interest rates a few more times to ease price pressures, according to its chief economist. ECB Chief Economist Philip Lane said he is not ruling out the possibility of extra inflation in early 2023 due to significant increase in prices, including natural gas. Lane added that the 2% inflation level will take time to be reached. The World Bank forecasts a 5.7% growth in the Philippine economy in 2023, below the government's projected range of 6 to 7%. Weighed down by global concerns affecting most countries today, including geopolitical tensions, continued supply chain bottlenecks, and tightening global financial conditions. Traveling alone will fill you with dread of the unknown and the risks that will involve in it. There will be many difficulties to overcome, such as language barriers, learning the customs and culture of the people that you will meet, but it will undoubtedly change your life. Being able to do anything you want, whenever you want, can be immensely freeing when you travel alone. You will start loving spending time alone and appreciating your own company much more. Here are the reasons why traveling solo will change your life. Number 1, it will boost your self-confidence and encourage you to step out of your comfort zone. One thing I learned in this journey to Moscow is I must do things alone and in my own way. I stepped up my game of familiarity and letting myself immerse in the habits of the people around. The everyday commute going to the university and studio is one example wherein I take the metro train, an underground means of transportation in Moscow with an artistic perspective like a museum. Another is buying food to survive while you're by yourself in Russia, as well as other adventures like opening a bank account while not understanding a word of their language. I developed my independence during my solo time by traveling alone. Second, going alone gives you incredible ways to learn. The act of traveling alone makes it easier for you to take in, experience, and respond to what is happening where you are. It expedites the process of gaining new levels of familiarity and gives you the advantage of seeing things in your own perspective or in retrospect. You might begin studying a different language. Understanding a little of the local language in the country you are in can really help you get to know the locations you are going and the locals, which makes a lot of sense. Immerse yourself in the customs and culture of the area. You will be able to avoid the uneasy sensation of not knowing the environment, and it will be simpler for you to escape difficulties. Ask the locals questions and research ahead of your destination. I was nervous about traveling solo for the first time, but the one thing I appreciated on traveling alone is I get to experience things quietly and let the grandeur of the moment sink in. I was able to confront myself, face my fears, and discover a hidden aspect of myself that I only unleashed on traveling alone. Having a solo sojourn has taught me about life more and made me realize how tough I can go. I was nervous about my first alone trip. The ability to experience things quietly and let the magnificence of the moment to soak in something I appreciated about traveling alone. I was able to confront myself, look in the mirror, and find a side of myself that I had never seen before until I went on a solo trip. I have learned more about life and realized how tough I could be, thanks to my solo trip. From Russia with Love, I am Jasmine Agustin for Open for Business.
Open for Business is at the helm, ensuring food security and stable prices. This year has been really tough for everyone, not just for Filipinos, but around the globe in terms of financial security and being able to afford even the most basic commodities. That is driven by inflation, rising interest rates, and disruptions in the supply chain, which remains a problem because of the pandemic and geopolitical factors. Nahaharap pa rin ang mga Pilipino sa mas mabilis na inflation rate sa kabila ng 7.6% GDP growth noong Hulyo na una nang naiulat ng Philippine Statistics Authority na ang inflation noong Oktubre ang pinakamataas mula noong December 2008 sa 7.7%. The Marcos administration through Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Arsenio Balisacan assured the public that the government's top priority is food security. Having enough supplies within domestic market protects consumers from volatile price movements. The NEDA chief also emphasized the need to strengthen agricultural production in the country. For this reason, the government also vowed to implement climate-adaptive technologies to sustain agricultural productivity. The markets are hoping to see better days in 2023.
Nagwaging Best Public Affairs Program ang Open for Business ng Net25 sa 35th PMPC Star Awards for Television na ginanap sa Winford, Manila Resort. Tinanggap ni Cesar Vallejos, executive producer at host ng Open for Business at kasalukuyang president ng Net25 ang Best Public Affairs Program Award. Ang parangal sa taong ito ay kinatampukan ng host na sina Pops Fernandez at Aiko Melendez at binuksan ito ng performance ni Lanim na Salucha. Mapapanood ang programang Open for Business tuwing linggo, 9 p.m. sa Net25, Facebook at YouTube, at TV channels Digital Free TV Channel 28, Analog Free TV Channel 25. Maraming salamat po sa PMPC sa pagkilala sa Open for Business bilang Best Public Affairs Program sa 35th Star Awards for Television 2022.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business, Net 25.
As Pops and Aiko said earlier, there were a lot of things. The world stopped during the pandemic, and Open for Business continued to be open. Open for Business was born out of the pandemic. There were a lot of small businesses who closed shop, and Open for Business was there to help them be online and stay on TV and stay open for business. To Net25 core management, thank you very much po. And to PMPC, thank you for recognizing meaning, relevance. This is for the small businesses. This is for MSMEs to inspire the entrepreneurs. Maraming salamat po.
Open for Business is back, and our biz word is skinvestment. It is the action or process of investing time, money, and effort in your skincare routine for your healthier skin. Making a business on something that you are passionate about is almost like finding a pot of gold. In the case of Kala Cosmetics and its product lines Hayami and Lucent Skin, Leslie found a formula that helped her regain her confidence. It has also helped others feel good about them and increase their source of income. We wish Kala Cosmetics continued success this 2023 and beyond. And we with that, our quote of the week is from the beautiful Beyonce. She said, "Be healthy and take care of yourself, but be happy with the beautiful things that make you, you." Thank you, Miss Leslie Ann Oy, at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on our Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV, and we will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo din sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin na rin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Ating alamin at suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Do you love to travel and spend on experiences? Thinking of taking that selfie with a lush mountain background or be in a clear blue water with colorful marine life around you? How about trying to go all over the Philippines? On this episode, let's hear it from the woman who sets her sights on putting the Philippines prominently in the global destination map. Tourism Chief herself, Department of Tourism Secretary Christina Garcia Frasco on what's in store for the tourism industry this 2023 and where we might see opportunities for business and leisure. The tourism sector contributes more than 10% of the country's gross domestic product and is a major driver of the economy. With the resurgence of interests in tourism through revenge travel, we are poised for a full recovery in the industry, especially with the growing popularity of our destinations locally and internationally. At the helm of this critical point is no other than the Department of Tourism's head, Secretary Christina Garcia Frasco, joining us to tell us more about the achievements of the D.O.T. Let's also find out what's in store for the sector itself and how MSMEs may take part. Welcome to Open for Business, Secretary.
Thank you. Salamat kaayo. I'm very happy to be here.
Secretary, you are now the #1 saleswoman in the country today, and you have big plans for 2023. So how did you feel, Secretary, that there were no planes flying in and out of the country with a shutdown of the Philippine airspace on the very first day of 2023?
Let me correct that. Our president, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., is the #1 salesperson of our country, and he's been very successful doing just that with all of his efforts to ensure that we convey to the world that the Philippines is open and ready for trade, investment, tourism and an economic transformation. And we're very optimistic in the Department of Tourism that with the President's prioritization of tourism under his administration, that we would be able to improve on all the enabling mechanisms that will ensure that the positioning of the Philippines in terms of tourism in the ASEAN and in the world is vastly improved, especially in this post-pandemic era. Understandably, we face challenges in terms of accessibility and incidents such as the one that happened on January 1st. However, the interest in the Philippines continues as a must-go-to destination all over the world. And we are engaged in close collaborations with various government agencies, including the Department of Transportation, specifically to ensure that we improve on gateway accessibility, recognizing that our airports and our seaports are the first and last impression of our tourists. We saw the great reason for optimism in the Philippines' resurgence with the results of our tourism targets last year. Prior to assuming the role of secretary and our president assuming this administration, the department had set a goal of 1.7 million tourists by the end of this year. However, we were able to exceed that by almost 1 million tourists at 2.65 million in arrivals and over 208 billion pesos in visitor receipts. Our goal for this year is to double that number, recognizing that there is so much about our country that we can fully maximize in terms of tourism. And so we are very optimistic about the prospects of the Philippine tourism industry, notwithstanding the start of the year.
Secretary, you mentioned about seaports, airports. I know that you are, and we are witness to what you do with the Department of Tourism, but there are some observations that some of the airports or seaports are still lack that development in terms of infrastructure. Do you see any specific solutions to this so that the situation there would also be ready for the influx of the tourists?
Uplifting our airports and our seaports to a global standard is imperative if we are to succeed in our tourism initiatives, as that is the backbone of any successful tourism program of any country. And that is why very early on in this administration, we collaborated with the Department of Transportation, with whom we executed a memorandum of agreement for purposes of improving our gateways. We have identified 3 benchmark gateways that we will be improving on, namely the NAIA Terminal 2, the Cebu City Pier 1, and the Davao International Airport, with the other gateways across the country to follow. This collaboration would include an examination of the existing systems, inefficiencies, difficulties, touch points that tourists have for purposes of improving and enhanced systems management to ensure that waiting times are reduced, difficulties faced by tourists are addressed, and that there is ready information and assistance should they need it at our gateways. In addition to this, since the goal of our president is to present the best of the Philippines to the world, we are also introducing aesthetic changes to these gateways by introducing a Filipino flavor and ensuring that our tourists feel the beauty and the warmth of the Philippines the moment that they land. You will see these improvements very soon, especially in NAIA Terminal 2. It's an ongoing effort, of course, and I understand that there will be many challenges. But the important thing is that we have synergy among our departments in terms of ensuring that we improve these conditions of coming into the Philippines. Through this collaboration, not only with the Department of Transportation, but other related government agencies as well, including the DICT, the Bureau of Immigration, as well as the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Quarantine, and the Department of Health, we have been able to remove one of the inconveniences and causes of consternation of our tourists of coming into the Philippines, and that is the One Health Pass.
Okay.
We replaced the One Health Pass with an e-travel pass that consolidates the necessity of information from 5 government agencies, providing a very convenient way for our tourists and travelers to enter the Philippines. In addition to that, upon the directive of our President, we made sure to coordinate, especially in the IATF, of which we are a member, to lift the remainder of the stringent protocols of entry into the Philippines. We were one of the very last to lift these stringent protocols, including the requirement for masks, requirement for RT-PCR tests, and the like. Of course, we will continue to observe minimum public health standards, but at the same time, the effort has been to build confidence in travel into the Philippines and to convey that certain level of openness in terms of being ready to receive tourists from all over the world.
You mentioned earlier about enabling mechanisms. What are those enabling mechanisms that you think would propel the initiatives of D.O.T?
The traditional role of the Department of Tourism has been promotional, to market our country here and abroad. That effort will of course continue, especially as the effort is to evolve our branding and image to reflect the best of the Philippines and the Filipino brand. However, through the directive of our President, we are also now looking into one of the most essential components of the success of tourism for our country, and that is product development. To examine the main pillars that we need to improve on to be able to improve the tourism industry from the ground up. That requires improvements in infrastructure, examining necessary improvements to roads, bridges, water systems, drainage systems, water treatment facilities to ensure sustainable tourism and the longevity of our destinations. Second, comprehensive digitalization and connectivity to provide connectivity to our destinations wherever you may be in the country. And that is why we have entered into a memorandum of agreement with the DICT as far as introducing improvements in Wi-Fi connectivity, internet connectivity in at least 94 destinations all over the Philippines. One of the most important enabling mechanisms also is really the tourist experience. To improve it, to provide a memorable experience for our tourists and one where they encounter the least inconvenience. And that's why we've begun the effort of providing one of the most basic necessities for any journey, and that is clean and decent restrooms. We've broken ground on 9 tourist rest areas since last year, in several in Mindanao, in Visayas, as well as in Luzon. And in February, we'll be going to Palawan to complete the 10 tourist rest areas. And we will be adding more to that in the year to come. It's also very important for us in the department to ensure that we work very closely with our local government units. I was a mayor myself prior to having becoming secretary, and so I know fully well the necessity of coordinating with our mayors, our governors, our district representatives who have jurisdiction over our key destinations. It's really a whole of government approach in terms of improving the industry, not only in terms of selling our country, but really selling a good product and one that will last for a very long time and one that will ensure that our tourists keep coming back. Of course, improvements in health system and security are also very important and are very important enabling mechanisms for tourism, which is why we've done a due diligence of our destinations across the country to examine which areas are in need of tertiary hospitals and where we can work with LGUs to improve emergency centers and barangay health centers to provide emergency care to tourists should they encounter emergencies in the destination. In addition to that, we're also working with the Department of Interior and Local Government for purposes of continuing the training of our tourist police, increasing tourist police presence across our destinations, and expanding that program to train as well our barangay tanods.
What is most admirable, Secretary, was when you were very new in the position, you had listening tours all over the country. And what were your insights? Because we know that during the pandemic, a lot of people didn't go out. And what were the maybe new consumer behaviors or customer behavior that has changed because of the pandemic? And what are your initiatives to address, these travel behaviors or new behaviors as far as travel and tourism?
Thank you for that. I think it's very important to listen to those that are in the front lines, those that are in the grassroots, and those that are actually in the industry, to understand what it is that needs to be improved on and what the government can do to help in terms of our tourism recovery. I'm very grateful to have engaged in these listening tours across our regions and in other jurisdictions across the globe, because it has allowed me to have a perspective that is customer-driven and stakeholder-driven. What I've learned from them, first of all, here in the Philippines, is that government intervention is needed in terms of providing opportunities for livelihood, providing opportunities for tourism promotion and development, and providing projects and programs that, as I mentioned earlier, would strengthen the industry for the medium and long term. Now, the tourist rest areas are actually a result of these listening tours, because many tour operators had informed me that one of their challenges is that there are no clean and decent restrooms that are available to tourists in certain key destinations, which is inconvenient for our tourists. There is also a desire to address the workforce shortage in terms of tourism personnel. And because we heard that from our stakeholders, we immediately engaged in a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment for purposes of holding a Philippine tourism job fair called Trabajo Turismo Ascenso that offered jobs, up to 9,000 jobs to our fellow Filipinos in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. We are continuing this effort as it is a multi-month campaign in the hopes that we would be able to continue to provide the employment opportunities and income that was severely lost during the pandemic. In terms of the trends, there is primarily a desire to have an experiential, meaningful, cultural experience among our travelers post-pandemic. And that is why we are making sure that we capitalize on the strength of our culture in terms of our regions and in terms of our country as a whole. We've launched a program called the Philippine Experience, a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that will allow our regions, provinces, cities, and municipalities to highlight not only their destination, their beaches, their mountains, but also all the other nuances of these destinations that make it unique, such as their food, the work of their local artisans and makers, as well as their local products. We feel that providing a window into the soul of the Filipino in our regions and our local government units would really allow both international and domestic tourists to be enticed as far as a cultural experience in our country. We're also very grateful to our president because he issued a presidential proclamation that increased the number of long weekends and rationalized holidays for the year 2023. And this has incited a lot of excitement, especially among our domestic tourists. Our evolved branding campaign will ensure that we highlight the best of the Filipino and the best of the Filipino brand, recognizing the desire and the trend for travelers to want to really get to know the soul and the culture of the destination that they visit.
If there are 3 locations that you will recommend to a foreigner, I know that you're promoting the entire Philippines. What is that location, or what are those 3 locations?
Well, it's been affirmed by many global publications and award-giving bodies that we do have recognized best islands here in the Philippines, and that is led, of course, by Cebu, Boracay, and Palawan. However, I must qualify that among our 7,641 islands, we have many other cities, municipalities, and islands that you can visit here in the Philippines that are easily accessible by contacting your local tour operator, booking online, or coordinating with our tour provider. So I invite you all to visit the Philippines and to enjoy the best that the Philippines has to offer.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. Salamat po.
Salamat
Thank you,
tayo.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you.
The first wave of Chinese visitors has arrived in the Philippines after China relaxed outbound travel restrictions. Following China's opening of its borders to international travel, Xiamen Airlines flight MF841 arrived at NAIA Terminal 1 on January 24 with the first group of Chinese tourists on board. 200 Chinese visitors are the first batch to depart. Department of Tourism Secretary Christina Frasco and Chinese Ambassador to the Philippines Wang Silian welcomed the visitors. Frasco expressed her gratitude to the Chinese authorities for including the Philippines among the first 20 nations where group travels are permitted. The secretary claims that the Philippines is prepared to receive Chinese visitors.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of the People's Republic of China for identifying the Philippines as one of the first 20 countries where group tours are allowed. The Philippines is open and ready to welcome our friends from China to continue to improve the relationship between our two nations, which spans millennia. We welcome you to the Philippines and we cannot wait to let you feel the warmth of the Filipino people and to enjoy our award-winning beach destinations and all other nature-based offerings. The Philippines is a country blessed with many islands, a wealth of cultural offerings, wonderful food, and the warmth of the Filipino people. And we look forward to all of you visiting our country.
China was the second largest source of tourists to the Philippines in 2019 with 1.74 million arrivals according to the Department of Tourism. Ambassador Wang expressed his desire to bring in the estimated amount of tourists so they can visit their people once more. According to him, the embassy is prepared to help Chinese visitors in the Philippines. The Implementation Program, or IP, on tourism cooperation was the first document the two nations signed. The two governments will cooperate in this to boost tourism arrivals even more and to resume and expand direct flights to well-known and up-and-coming locations.
Today's event is also one of the measures to implement the consensus reached by our two leaders. And we believe that with the development of our tourism cooperation and we believe that there will be a growing number of Chinese tourists coming to the Philippines to enjoy the beauty of this country. And as for the embassy, you know that Chinese embassies and consulates are always the home to all Chinese citizens traveling overseas. We are ready to render any assistance and facilitation anytime for Chinese tourists in this country. We hope you will have a pleasant stay, safe stay in this country and bring back fond memories.
The cooperation between the Philippines and China is ensuring the rights, interests, and safety of visitors is also covered in the program. AMRO urges more investments on infrastructure. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations Economies must increase infrastructure investments to take advantage of opportunities as well as address to the climate change challenge, according to a report quoting the ASEAN 3 Macroeconomic Research Office, or AMRO. AMRO further said that as the global economy comes out from the pandemic crisis, a large gap is still present given the need for both traditional and new infrastructure. AMRO also noted that governments should focus on strengthening the design and management of infrastructure projects by choosing ones that are based on rigorous cost-benefit analysis, monitoring and reviewing the implementation to address the potential risks and issues preemptively, and improving the coordination and cooperation among public and private stakeholders, according to the report. Department of Finance intensifies European investment pitch. The government's economic managers are strengthening its efforts to attract European investors and businesses to the Philippines, banking on a strong recovery. Through the Philippine Economic Briefing or PEB series, which started in Frankfurt followed by another one in London, the country hopes to showcase investment opportunities in the country. Led by the Department of Finance together with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the PEB is a platform for the government's economic team to discuss with international business and financial communities the latest developments about the country's economic performance, investment opportunities, and the administration's development plan. DTI-CITE to open a bamboo industry training center. The Department of Trade and Industries Agency Center Innovation for Technology for Enterprise or CITE will be used as a training center for capacity building and consultative programs of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. The Department of Trade and Industries Agency Center Innovation and Technology for Enterprise or CITE will be used as a training center for capacity building and consultative programs of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. The training center will also be used as the home base for the Philippine bamboo sector. It has been offering training on bamboo propagule production and the product processing. Presently, the center also houses training machines, equipment, function rooms, a dormitory for in-house training, and offices. It also has a bamboo setum, or bamboo forest, showcasing different bamboo varieties and their uses. Bamboo is seen to provide additional livelihood to the poor in the countryside. This is Jasmine Agustin reporting for Open for Business. Tourism is a sure crowd drawer, thus helping to bring in necessary revenue to rebuild the economy. With this, the Department of Tourism ensures the strengthening of the sector, outlining the essential programs to help improve the travel experience of tourists. Working hand in hand with other government agencies, these collaborations will help elevate the Philippine tourism brand to draw more tourism activity in the country.
While the tourism industry is just coming out of the global pandemic that ravaged through all of the sectors of this vibrant industry that contributes a lot to our economy, the gargantuan challenges are somehow made more manageable by the fact that our President, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., has clearly identified tourism to be a priority under his administration. In the past few months, he's made great efforts and waves as well to convey an openness to the global community in terms of receiving investment and tourists. And this has put the Philippines in a very good position as far as the efforts towards recovery. Under the Department of Tourism, we have listened to our partners, both from the national and local government units, as well as from private tourism stakeholders, to try to understand what are the enabling mechanisms that we need to improve on in order to ensure that tourism development in the Philippines is not only limited to promotions, which is the traditional role of the Department of Tourism, but more importantly, to product development. And therefore, we have identified 7 objectives that we deem necessary to strengthen the tourism industry. On the aspect of infrastructure, we're partnering with the Department of Public Works and Highways to improve roads, bridges, drainage systems, water systems in our key destinations to ensure that we enhance the tourist experience in these areas. We're also partnering with the Department of Transportation in terms of ensuring improvement to accessibility to our gateways, including our airports and seaports. And that includes as well resuming route development as far as the flights that were halted due to the pandemic and adding more commercial and direct routes both domestically and internationally. Digitalization forms an important part in tourism development. This is why we've inked a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Internet Communications and Technology, and I thank Secretary Ivan, or the DICT, for purposes of improving connectivity in at least 94 key destinations across the Philippines, and this project we're commencing this year. We're also launching a tourist lifecycle app that aims to provide the tourists with connectivity in each and every single aspect of their journey, from booking the airline to the hotel, transport services, as well as all other related services. In addition to this, to enhance the overall tourism experience across our regions, we have begun the work of establishing tourist rest areas across our destinations, which will address one of the most basic components of any journey, and that is the need for clean and decent restrooms. These tourist rest areas will also have an information center as well as a pasalubong center, which would help our MSMEs in selling their local goods. It's also very important in the development of the tourism industry to ensure that we equalize tourism promotion and development, which is why our regional offices across the 16 regions are working closely with our local government units from the provinces, municipalities, and cities to provide equal opportunities for tourism development. We have already launched the Philippine Experience, which aims to provide the world a window into the soul of the Filipino. And that is to promote not only our key destinations as well as the natural attractions of the country, but more importantly, to herald the best of the Filipino brand. We're also engaging in a very aggressive international and domestic promotional campaign as far as enhancing the overall tourism tagline, and that we will be launching in the first quarter of this year. The good news is that the Philippines continues to be a top-of-mind destination all over the world, having just been declared the world's leading beach destination, the world's leading dive destination, as well as the world's leading country for tourism. And we aim to capitalize on that by anchoring all of our programs and plans in echoing the best of the Filipino brand to the world. Most importantly, we view the strengthening of collaboration between national, local government units, as well as private stakeholders as the key to the success of all of these tourism programs and plans, which is why in collaboration with our LGUs as well as the private sector, we are also going to be launching a tourist assistance call center that aims to provide a hotline for our tourists and a tourist concierge to be able to ensure that the experience in the Philippines is positive all throughout. A fruit of this collaboration will also result in a strengthening of safety and security of our tourists, which is why we're inking a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Interior and Local Government, as well as the Department of National Defense, recognizing peace and prosperity as a bedrock to tourism success. In addition to this, we are also improving health and hygiene in our key tourism destinations, having already done a due diligence in our key destinations to ensure that we know which particular areas are in need of improvement, especially in terms of emergency services accessibility. And so we have a lot of programs and plans in place in the year to come, and we're very hopeful that with the partnership of our international partners and the person of the diplomatic community, as well as our private sector and most especially our local government units, we would be able to give the Philippines a fighting chance at not only reclaiming its position pre-pandemic, but more importantly, into transforming the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse in Asia. Thank you.
the greatest tourism draws to Moscow is ballet performance. A Moscow tour is never complete without watching a featured ballet show. But even if we're not in Moscow, we get to watch one of the seasoned dance theaters in Russia. Counting 25 years of dance glory, Gazelle Dance Theater takes us on a whimsical journey throughout Russia in 90 minutes. With its creative expression of acrobatic skits and lyrical ballet dance, we get a glimpse of Russia's rich folklore and vibrant costumes. Gazelle, a Russian town nestled in the southeast of Moscow, is well known for its white and blue porcelain and is a true cradle of Russian ceramics. The dance theater effortlessly takes us to the vivid life of townsfolk with outstanding performance and visuals. Aside from the dance masterpiece, Gazelle Dance Theater is keeping the traditional Russian folk crafts alive, ensuring that younger generations know about their impressive decorative handicrafts with pattern styles from Gazelle, Palek, Zostovo, Pavlovo-Posadzki, and others. Gazelle Dance Theater is a familiar sight at the Red Square Gallic concerts, and we are fortunate to witness their impressive pirouettes and more right here in the Philippines. The Moscow government is now considering Manila as Moscow's sister city after the government of both cities signed a Memorandum of Understanding or MOU. In fact, a lot of cultural activities prepared by the Moscow government are now taking place in Manila.
I'm expecting the best performance for the Filipino people, because it will be not the ballet, classic ballet, but it will be the folk dance. And we would like to show how is the Russian culture is, because it's a multinational culture, and every dance you will show that will be different from each other. But for us, it's important to promote this cultural tradition because we have just signed the program of cooperation between two capitals of my country, Moscow and Manila.
Wow.
And this is the evident result of our cooperation just now.
We both inherited good cultural traditions that existed for centuries. And Russia, as you know, one of the most important cultural centers of the world. And in this performance, you could see different Russian, and not only Russian, but multinational dancing, because Russia is a country where we have more than 200 nationalities which live in peace. And one of the, let's say, target of this performance is to show how we are tolerant, how we would like to live together and create our future together.
Can we see more Lisa Makuhas here in the Philippines?
I think yes, because I think first of all the training is now available, like the for example, the Vaganova training that I trained in St. Petersburg, I've now brought it here to the Philippines. Proud of that fact that I wasn't a Filipino artist practicing my art abroad and then coming home to the Philippines for a few performances at a time. It was the other way around. Most of my career, most of my performances were here, and then I would go abroad time and again to dance. And I think that that kind of career is what is I'm really extra proud of, and I'm very, very fortunate to have had.
Ma'am, if you can give your message also to our talents, to our artists, and to the supporters of the arts so that they will continue to provide that kind of support and environment that you were mentioning a while ago.
Well, you know, I think that seeing is believing, and the experience will speak for itself. So please, now that it is possible, please come to live performances in the theater. Come and experience, come and share the passion and the love that we have for our art form as part of the audience, because it's really very different from watching it, say, on YouTube or watching it on the television set. Live theater is back, so please come and enjoy this the performing arts, because we as artists cannot fully live without you, our audience, sharing that dynamic and that experience and that kind of performance with us.
Superb performance by the GL group.
So far, how do you think will this further enhance the relations between Moscow and...
Well, we have been in a relation with Moscow 45 years already. So we're just strengthening the cooperation between Moscow and the city of Manila. That's it.
Open for Business is back, and our buzzword of the week is inbound tourism. Inbound tourism comprises the activities of a non-resident visitor within the country of reference on an inbound tourism trip. The Philippines is more than just 7,100 islands, but a country with rich heritage, delectable dishes, diverse culture, and beautiful scenery, may it be land or sea. Supporting our own tourism through domestic travels will surely help boost the industry and bring the necessary revenues to pump businesses and the overall economy. With the capable hands of Secretary Christina Frasco, we are hopefully going to see a safer, more seamless travel around the Philippines. Sa dami na ng lugar na ating napuntahan tulad ng Barcelona, Paris, Moscow, Tokyo, Tel Aviv, Dubai at marami pang iba, iba pa rin ang ganda ng Pilipinas. Kaya't malaking kahinayangan kung hindi natin ito pagyamanin at pagtutuunan ng pansin. The D.O.T. together with partners in government agencies, public and private sectors have set out key plans to help revitalize the tourism sector post-pandemic, to promote our destinations and to improve and modernize systems for a more enjoyable travel for everyone. While Secretary Frasco is hard at work to make things happen, it is also within our hands to do what we can to excite visitors to visit the Philippines. After all, it's more fun in the Philippines. And our quote of the week is, around the world, in countries at all development levels, many millions of jobs and businesses are dependent on a strong and thriving tourism sector. Tourism has also been a driving force in protecting natural and cultural heritage, preserving them for future generations to enjoy. That's according to Zorab Polilikashvili, the Secretary General of the United Nations World Trade Organization. Thank you, Secretary Christina Frasco, sa inyong pagpapaunlak sa isang natatanging panayam. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ng isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business, Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin na rin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders, mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ng mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Ever wonder how you buy from a merchant but the goods don't come from their own location? You might have come across this especially on some e-commerce platforms. This is called drop shipping and is one of the innovations of a growing online marketplace. We will be speaking to a young company who is now embarking on drop shipping this 2023 to expand their business. Lean and Green's chairman, Christopher Puntanar, together with engineer Arginel Maisog, its president, will tell us more about their drop shipping plans. As persons interested in business, we are greeted by many new ways we can improve our enterprise, and it evolves constantly. From e-commerce platforms, it is now possible to sell goods without even keeping your own inventory. Somebody will keep the warehousing for you and even take care of distribution. So how's that? Let's learn more about this method of business from a young company who is embarking on improving their distribution channel via drop shipping. Please welcome Mr. Christopher Puntanar, the chairman of Lean and Green, and engineer Arginel Maisog, president of Lean and Green. Welcome to Open for Business, Chris and Archie. Kumusta naman po kayo? How's business doing?
Ayos na ayos naman po at very aggressive ang kumpanya especially for this 2023 po.
Bakit nga pala Lean and Green ang pangalan ng kumpanya, RG?
Lean and Green po kasi dahil nandun po tayo sa more on natural yung products. The same time, yung focus po namin nung sinet up namin ito, yung slimming, yung isang malaking market. The same time, coffee, because alam naman natin, lalo na mga Pilipino, mahilig po talaga sa kape. Oh. Tapos, yun yung isa sa pinakamalaking market. The same time, yung slimming, dahil alam natin ng mga Pilipino, wala talaga tamad mag-exercise. No? Kaya doon kami pumasok, which is talagang 2017, talagang start pa lang, first quarter pa lang ng company. Talagang ang bilis ng pagtaas ng sales. Lalo na ginamitan namin ng platform ng online business.
Wow. So it's surprising that you started in 2017, so it's quite young, and you were able to grow the business. And how many distributors, how many business center offices and mobile stores you have now? Chris?
Lean and Green right now is have 80 business center office nationwide and around 1,000 mobile store dito sa local, even international po. We have that, yun po yung aming supply chain. When it comes sa distributor, nasa around 500,000 plus distributor ang existing namin ngayon po.
Doon sa data na binigay mo, Chris, what are the parang success factors why it grew that big? Is it because, although partially nasagot mo kanina, is it partially because Filipinos love coffee, Filipinos would want to stay slim, Filipinos would want to stay healthy as well? Because of course, with the pandemic, lahat parang gusto natin maging healthy tayo. What are the key key success factors why it grew this big?
Because siguro ang nakita namin dito nung sinet up namin to, maliban doon nga sa products na talagang targeted yung market, yung platform na ginamit namin, the social media. Yun yung nagpapabilis na makilala ka agad sa market yung products. The same time, nung nagamit yung product sa market, doon kasi kami nakilala sa tinatawag naming 7 days challenge. Na talagang ako, katulad sa akin, na nag-start kami, sa 6 days, one sachet lang yung ginamit ko, nag-lose ako ng 2 kilos. So, kahapon nga na-miss ako nung meron doktor sa Sultan Kudarat. 7 days ginamit niya, isang doktora. Nag-lose siya ng 9 kilos using these products. Kaya, yun yung combination ng magandang sistema platform plus effective yung products talaga, hindi lang siya yung tipong sinasabi lang. Talagang pag ginamit, doon lumubo yung repeat purchase namin. Na sobrang dami, then word of mouth, then social media na talagang yung before and after na pinopost nila, nag-testimony sila, mas lalong lumakas at bumilis yung talaga yung demand ng Lean and Green products.
What is in this coffee that makes you very confident that in 7 days they will get slim?
At first, nung binild namin yung company, ang question ko with President is, ano yung aming ipuput up na business? At ang focus namin, it's more on database. And yun po yung pinaka-big secret namin, yung tinitingnan namin gaano kalaki yung demand bago kami gumawa kung ano yung isusupply namin. And based on our research and based on our data, nakita namin na sa buong mundo, number 2 na pinakamalaking kinukonsume ng tao is coffee. And
what's number 1?
Gas.
Okay.
The gas. And ang next is online, number 1 top ang slimming industry, and second is cosmetic products. So, naghanap kami ng mga products, naghanap kami nung tinignan namin yung konsepto, yung idea. So, nakita namin why not i-combine natin yung top 2 and the top number 1. That's why nag-come up kami into slimming coffee. And the backup plan for this is marami rin namang slimming coffee in the market Diyan namin kinonceptualize yung idea ng dropship. So kailangan na pinutap namin yung business, naka-back up na po doon yung logistic, which is the drop shipping. So for 5 years, ito po yung aming kung bakit naging successful kami, kasi isa kami sa kauna-unahang gumamit when it comes sa multi-level marketing ng drop shipping. And next is bakit siya ganun ka-effective. Ang focus ng products is hindi naman talaga slimming. It's more on pabilisin yung metabolism. Kasi ang paniniwala namin and based on our research, ang pagtaba ng tao, hindi naman ang cost is pagkain. Ang pagtaba ng tao is based on bumabagal ang metabolism. At nakita namin sa data na sa future, 10 years, 20 years from now, yung data ng obesity and overweight, lalaki pa siya ng lalaki because of our current lifestyle.
So, in that case, what I'm getting here is that it's really a combination of the product and logistics, the way you make that kind of distribution. With small businesses, with startups, this is a good experience that you focus on a lot of things in your business, not only from the product side, but kumbaga sa 4 P's of marketing yan, andyan yung placement, di ba? Yung pina-placement or distribution. But I agree with you because based on this research that we're getting, global drop shipping market size was valued at $102.2 billion in 2018 and expected to register CAGR of 28.8% from 2019 to 2025. The market is anticipated to witness significant growth owing to an increase in preference for online shopping, coupled with the rising trend of cross-border e-commerce trade. Hence, the rise in demand for dropshipping services is predominantly influenced by the growth of the e-commerce industry. With this data, RG, talaga bang kayo ba I'm sure you're also millennials, are you really looking at several platforms with e-commerce? Siyempre, yung ibang mga businesses nahirapan noong nagka-pandemic. Pero kayo mukhang ready kayo dun sa online. Yun yung sinabi mo kanina na parang bago pa man nagka-pandemic, medyo yan na yung ginamit ninyong platform. How were you able to look at online or e-commerce as the opportunity where you should do your business?
Okay. Ang online kasi, nga, yung sinabi nga natin nung pandemic, doon talaga natin nasubok, no? Na napakaganda ng opportunity ng online platform. Meron lang mga challenges doon, no? Nung sinet-up kasi namin, back 2017, meron pa kami tinatawag na mga free shipping. 2017 pa yun, no? Tinitingnan na with chairman na tingnan natin yung future. Huwag natin yung tingnan lang din ngayong existing na natin market. So kaya tinitingnan namin talagang nangyari na ngayon, di ba? Yung karamihan ng mga tao is nasa online na, bumibili, tama ba? So ito yung sinusuplayan namin. Ngayon nung nangyari po na pinush namin to ng massive ang online platform, nagkaroon ng isang challenge na naman nung pandemic time, yung pagbagal ng pagdating ng supply sa market, yung sa lalo na Visayas and Mindanao, because yung logistics natin bumabagal kasi yung eroplano noon halos walang lumilipad. Kaya nag-conceptualize ulit kami, naghahanap kami ng paraan. Kaya ngayon dinidevelop naman namin yung local warehousing. So example, sa Visayas meron kaming isa-set up ngayon, inaayos na rin po namin. Din Mindanao, naglagay din po kami. Kaya ang perfect combination ngayon, dapat maging mabilis na makuha kaagad ng mga buyer natin online yung products, plus meron tayong platform na which is ito yung napakagandang sistema natin ngayon na dito bibili yung mga tao. At the same time, ito na rin yung malaking tulong doon sa mga kababayan natin na gusto mag-start ng business because of this platform. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng isang parang malaking opportunity dito na gamitin ito. Which is, yun din, malaking tulong na makahelp tayo sa mga kababayan natin, not only Pilipinas hanggang international. Plus, meron talaga tayong sistema na paano natin pabilisin lahat bago natin pasukin yung ibang mga products. Kaya piniprepare namin to ngayon. Kasi ang target nga namin is yung 2 to 3 days delivery. Then the next, kung kakayanin, same day delivery nationwide. Pilipinas pa lang yun. So, which is napakahirap siyang gawin kung hindi tayo prepare sa local. So, local yung distribution natin, plus meron tayong platform. Na ang kagandahan naman nito, hindi lang dahil nasa Pilipinas ka pwede kang mag-business. Kahit yung mga OFW, pwede silang mag-business kahit nasa ibang bansa, na ang nila, market nila nasa Pilipinas. Same with the next move natin for international, na kahit nasa Pilipinas ka, pwede kang mag-business sa ibang bansa. Na wala kang inventory hinahawakan. Then the fulfillment, wala rin sa'yo. Company na yung magdi-deliver sa client, from warehouse to ikaw, sa platform mo, pupunta doon sa warehouse, then warehouse, pupunta sa client. Client, yun yung logistics natin, din ng client magbabayad. Tapos sa dashboard nila, pag na-fulfill yun, automatic makikita nila yung income nila. Then makash out nila.
Wow, that's very interesting. Now, Chris, off-cam, you were telling me about drop shipping. Sa layman's terms, nabanggit na rin ni RG, ano yung drop shipping at paano kikita both yung entrepreneur na wala naman siyang warehouse at paano din kayo kikita? Because I see two parties here. One is the one who's just in the household or in the house or in an area doing online work, and lumalabas kayo yung nasa back end, di ba? So can you explain the concept of drop shipping?
Okay, drop shipping is meron siyang tatlong factor na nangyayari. Number one is the brand owner, the platform, and the seller. And the last is the
consumer na.
The consumer. So it's a four factor para gumana po yung dropship system. So si Lean and Green nag-generate kami nag-create kami ng platform. So we invested sa IT. And next is kumuha na rin kami, nag-invest kami sa logistic. Kasi alam namin sa future, ito yung talagang mas mataas ang demand, logistic. sabi nga namin ni Pres, nung pandemic, logistic ang hindi tinamaan na negosyo. Sila yung mas lalong lumaki. So,
at dumami pa. May Grab, may motorcycle, everything.
Ayan,
so always, all forms of transportation.
So kami, nung 2017, pinrepair talaga namin yung company doon sa mga bagay na parating. So hindi kami nag-invest sa mga bagay na pawala na. So parang, although parang plateau pa nung start, pero nung tumama yung pandemic, nakita talaga namin yung advantage nung mga binild namin na ecosystem when it comes to our business plan. So ang mangyayari, napakasimple na nung magiging negosyo. Itong culture na to is mangyayari for the millennials, the Gen Z, and yung parating na Generation Alpha. So itong 3 generations, sila po yung pinaghandaan namin sa platform namin. So ang impact nito, tatama po ito ng 3 to 5 years. Yun yung aming nakikita. Yung talagang total massive
na paggamit. So lumalabas parang, and that's 3 to 5 years. That's a short term lang yun, di ba?
Yes po.
So ganun na, even with a short term plan, one has to look at the presence of the importance of online and the importance of internet. Tama.
Yes po. Nakita namin ito ko hindi as nag-iimbento kami ng data because yung mga first world country, yun yung aming basis. Kung ano yung nakikita namin sa first world, why not try natin dito sa atin as third world country na natututo na tayong mag-practice ng paggamit ng mga e-wallet. So yung transition, right now nasa average na nasa 15 to 20% ang mga gumagamit. So tinitake advantage namin yung hindi pa aware yung tao, para once na nag-full blast yung awareness ng tao about sa technology, naka-prepare na yung company. So parang kami yung isa sa Philippines na magkaroon ng kumpletong ecosystem when it comes into business. Our target market is yung mga Pilipino o yung ating mga kababayan na target nilang maggumawa ng business nila, na kami is platform na pag pumasok sila sa amin, ready na kagad. We have our database. We have 500,000 plus members and growing every day, na pag naglabas ka ng product, meron ka na kagad na magbebenta ng product or bibili ng produkto mo. So sa isang brand owner, big shot, big help po yun eh. Unlike sa other platform, ang nangyayari po, papasok sila sa platform and then sila pa rin yung magbebenta ng product at magpapakilala ng products. So ang aming technique when it comes nung ginawa namin yung aming mga platform, it's more on collaboration, database to database. Example, database ni company A, database ni company B. Pag pinagsama po siya, kaya na natin mag-compete sa mga big companies versus dun sa mga small companies. Yun po kasi yung nakikita namin because of pandemic, talagang ito yung labanan, naging fair yung laban ng mga big company at saka ng mga small businesses. Ganun po yung aming nakita.
Wow. I just have a follow-up question before I ask RG. So, apat yung sinasabi mong players dun sa ecosystem. You have, of course, the brand owner. In this case, this is Lean and Green. And then you have the platform. Okay, that platform is basically the IT part, where that online selling is being processed. And then the third one would be the seller. The seller is not necessarily Lean and Green, but it could be an individual who the distributor of Lean and Green. So my question there is, how profitable is it for a distributor to tap into this system? If he distributes Lean and Green, why would a distributor or an individual choose this brand or your platform over the others?
Right now, we use the brand Lean and Green to practice kung ano yung nangyayari, para matansya namin yung dry run ng yung trial and error sa market before kami kumuha ng big brands or mga other brands. But for 2023, because na try na namin ng buong pandemic yung aming system, talagang ipupull blast namin, and we're targeting around 500 to 2,000 products sa iba't ibang brands or iba't ibang klaseng products. So para talaga siyang online market na hindi na siya nakafocus sa brand lang namin, kundi even other brands talagang lalabas po doon sa aming marketplace and aming dropship system.
So, what's your vision, RG, as president? Are you creating another Lazada or Shopee? Kinukompetensya mo ba si Facebook Marketplace? Anong balak natin sa buhay?
Actually, kasi ang Shopee, Shopee, Lazada, nandiyan na yun eh. Ang kaibahan lang kasi dito, example, pag nag-promote ka, like Shopee, di ba, may lalagay ka na products doon. Pag nag-promote ka sa Facebook, kunyari, gamit ka ng Facebook platform, pag pre-promote mo yung products mo, kasi nilagay mo, pagpunta ng tao doon, clinic yung link mo papunta sa platform nila, sa isang platform na to, kapag ayaw niya doon sa products mo, hindi niya gusto, nakikita niya yung ibang products. Ang ano doon, nakita niya, bumili siya ng ibang products, ang sunod noon is, ang tanong, kumita ba tong nag-promote sa Facebook? Hindi, kasi hindi naman yung products yung binili eh. Tama, no? So, hindi tayo maglalaban. So, ang ginawa lang namin, nag-innovate kami ng system na kapag pre-promote mo ito, pagpunta dito, lahat ito, yung store mo, lahat ng nakalagay doon, kahit anong bibili niya, kumikita ka. Ito yung malaking kaibahan. So, yung tinitingnan na namin na paano ka bilang user or nagbebenta ng isang produkto na less yung capitalization mo kasi every products may capitalization yun. Kasi pagka nagbenta ka ng kunyari isang coffee, yung SKU ng coffee, ilan yung SKU mo doon? So kailangan lagay mo yon. So yung numbers na yon, kapag binili mo 100, kailangan mamuhunan ka ng 100. Then the next product, kailangan ulit mamuhunan. Dito hindi na. Yung platform dito, once na nag-subscribe ka, pag nag-subscribe ka doon is meron na lahat ng products may bibenta mo na siya. So hindi ka problema ng maging problem kasi natin sa stocking is yung expiration. Pag naubusan ka ng stocks tapos nagamit mo yung puhunan mo, wala ka na namang ibebenta. So yun yung naging challenge doon. Kaya kami from offline na sobrang laki ng expenses kapag ka nagse-set up ka ng traditional business, di ba? Kailangan mo ng pwesto, kailangan mo ng renovation, kailangan mo ng stocks, kailangan mo ng operational expenses, kuryente, lahat, etc. Tinanggal natin to. Nilagay natin sa online platform, no? Now which is ito talaga yung napapanahon ngayon at sa hinaharap pa na ang tao doon na nakatingin. Kaya tinitingnan namin to hindi para lumaban sa market talaga na makipaglabang kami para ganito. Kundi ang tinitingnan namin dito paano kami maka-help sa market at the same time yung business side na hindi lang din kami ang kikita pati yung mga individual distributors natin na gustong mag-business na walang ganong kalaking capitalization. At lalo na, di ba, million talaga pag nag-business ka ngayon. Hindi din guaranteed na talagang take off ka kasi because of foot traffic ngayon, minsan yung mga tao ayaw nang lumabas para bumili. Doon na lang sa online. So yun yung namin, pinopromote talaga.
Okay, Chris, we talked about the pandemic earlier, and I think that really propelled not only your company but other groups and individuals in going into business. But in your case, what was the inspiration? You mentioned some pain points already that you wanted to address, but nung nakita niyo yung sistema, ayun, and then you made this innovation as discussed by RG, but what prompted you to do that? What inspired you, or what was your source of innovation?
Simply because siguro galing ako doon sa pamumuhay po na hindi okay. So I believe ang nakikita namin, ang kulang lang naman sa Pilipinas is number one is education about money, business, and so that's our advocacy, maturuan ng aming kapwa Pilipino na maturuan mag-handle ng pera, magnegosyo, because on the future, that's the biggest problem Yung unemployment rate, tataas pa to lolobo pa ito. Because yung modernization, kalaban ito ng mga empleyado. Kasi the more na nag-innovate yung mga companies, like example, yung may mga food chain ngayon, yung nagtitake ng order mo, hindi na tao, computer na. So, tataas yung unemployment rate, magkakaroon ng biggest problem when it comes sa economy, at paano ang source of income ng tao. Ang next move nila is to go to direct selling kagad yung online direct selling. So kami, kung doon papunta yung tao, doon talaga kami mag-i-invest. Now, ang goal na lang namin is to give a good system, good services, makapagbigay kami ng magagandang produkto, and ang aming kababayan is mabigyan ng magandang kabuhayan. Doon namin nakikita yung aming success, na marami kaming matulungan na kababayan na umangat yung buhay sa kabila nalalala pa yung economic crisis. Kasi ang paniniwala namin ni Press na even na merong crisis, meron pa rin yung mayaman, may umaasenso pa rin So, ang nangyayari lang, kailangan lang matutunan ng Pilipino or ng ating mga kababayan saan ba sila tataya. Baka mamaya yung tinatayaan nila, natatalo sila. So, magkaroon ng awareness ang mga kababayan natin. That's our advocacy, na dito kayo tumaya, dito kayo para kahit merong crisis, manalo ang bawat isa sa atin. Yun po siguro yung aming pinanggagalingan ng passion to create a lot of system, no? Especially ang talagang sobrang ang investment namin, pag yung mga kita namin, nilalagay namin sa mga infrastructure like IT, logistic, at mga magagandang innovation when it comes sa products po.
Wow, interesting. This is very insightful. Now, RG, with what was discussed, it seems to me that you are doing two things. One is promoting brands like Lean and Green, and providing that platform where people would go, and this could be a marketplace, and then eventually, they can sell as many products as they want. But I'm sure, siyempre, mamimili din siguro kayo ng produkto dyan. Halimbawa, tulad niyan, why coffee, why the slimming? Because based on research, these are the brands or products that are most common and that Filipinos like. So, ano yung nakikita mo dito na, kumbaga, paano kayo in the future, paano yung pamimili nyo pa ng inyong produkto, at paano ang pagbibenta ng dalawang sistema na yon? Isang brand, because of course, alam mo naman dito sa Pilipinas, di ba, brand conscious din tayo. Pero siyempre, I'm sure with the brands that you have now, parang hahanapan lahat yan ng government regulations from FDA, from a lot of the market research. And what is your system to make sure that all the brands that you put in that platform will be clinically tested, of high value, of high quality, na kikita? Kasi siyempre, kumbaga may platform ka na, pero di ba, parang lalo na ngayon, lahat ng mga tao gustong magnegosyo. At saka nakakatuwa yung sinasabi ninyo na via dropshipping, kasi imagine, wala kang stocks or wala kang warehouse, but here you are providing that service to them.
Okay. So first is, tinitingnan namin sa products, yun nga, meron kasi tayong batas, of course, sa Pilipinas na kailangan natin sundin. No? Dahil sa pamimili ng products, katulad niya, nauna namin is the beverages natin. So, ito yung mga brand ng Lean and Green, beverages, din meron din kaming health products, which is kailangan talaga natin lalo sa panahon ngayon. Essential kino-consider namin. Ngayon, pagpasok po ng mga brands, nang papasok sa amin, unang tinitingnan namin, number one is, kung ito ba ay compliance with the FDA. Because under Republic Act 3720, yung amended 9711 Section 11, bawal tayong mag-manufacture, mag-import, mag-export, ni magbenta. Kahit sa selling ng products na walang lisensya. So pagpunta ka doon sa Section 12, Paragraph A, pwede kang makulong ng 1 taon hanggang 10 taon plus penalty ng 50,000 to 500,000. So doon pa lang hindi natin pwedeng ipabenta sa mga distributors natin kasi madadamay din yung platform ng company. Pangalawa,
pag nadamay yun, pati kayo kulong ganon.
Kasama tayo doon kasi selling of products kasi kahit yung nagbenta kasi nandoon sa RA na yun batas yun.
So hindi lang yun, hindi mo masasabing hindi parang ano lang ako, parang dinaanan lang ako, platform, hindi gano'n.
Kasi
damay yun.
Kasi kung titingnan mo, ikaw yung nagbenta, ikaw rin yung platform. So kailangan suriin natin. Pangalawa, iniiwasan din natin yung tinatawag na mga budol products. 'Di ba? Na ang nilagay doon tapos pagkatapos naman pala hindi naman pala kunyari ito yung binebenta pagdating. Diba? Sobrang liit pala nung natanggap mo. So yun din yun.
Parang reality versus, ano ba yun? Expectation versus reality.
Expectations versus reality na pagdating, di ba? Ang laki ng nakita mo.
Sa picture.
Ang liit pala nito, no?
Okay.
So yun yung mga iniiwasan natin. Kaya maging maingat kami pagdating doon. Maglalagay po talaga kami ng department para doon, para suriin. Tapos may mga pre-approve yun, na bago i-approve namin yung mga products, kailangan pumasa ito sa mga parameters na kailangan natin. Then next is, pagdating po doon sa sinasabi nating mamimili ng products, kami po kasi is gusto namin bigyan, no, na lahat tayo pwede magbenta. Kasi baka yung innovation ng isang Pilipino, kanya Pilipino na kapwa natin, nag-innovate siya ng isang products, nilagay niya sa system, which is walang market yan, walang ganito. Yun pala is may demand sa market. Tama, so bigyan natin kasi platform naman tayo eh. Saka natin makikita ngayon kasi wala namang si platform na ito lang nabenta mo. So sa SKU naman, yung numbers naman ilalagay nila doon is depende naman sa demand talaga. Sa simula, kahit maliit lang, pagka lumalaki yung data na bumibili, saka natin sila i-required ng mas malaki pa na inventory. So, pagdating naman sa other brands, kasi hindi lang po, ito lang yung mga brands namin. Talaga target namin pasukin kahit yung mga, kunyari, kahit damit man yan, kahit ganito man yung gamit natin, ipapasok natin sa system. Kasi pag nabuo na po natin to, habang lumalaki yung database natin, pag dinala natin to sa international market yung platform, ang gagawin natin, kukuha tayo ng mga local products. Hindi product natin lahat ang dadali natin doon, kundi yung local products nila, gagamitin natin yung system natin, distribution tayo. So, nandoon. So, ikaka-copycat lang natin yan pagdating sa ibang bansa. Then, the local products, pagdala natin doon, kasi since tataas kasi yung costing, dahil freight, logistics, yung exportation natin, ang gagawin natin doon is, i-localize natin yung products natin. Pero, ang formulation, Pilipinas, na galing dito. So, yun yung mga tinitingnan natin. Kaya kailangan talaga himay-himayin yan pag pasok namin, lalo na yung mga other products, other brands na.
Wow. Now, Chris, it's so amazing that you have this vision and you are able to implement it, because not all businesses, think that way, wherein they make sure that they ready that kind of infrastructure. You mentioned earlier, before RG responded, that you are investing in IT, which I think is very critical in this development, because once you have that ready infrastructure, once you have that IT infrastructure, that is basically the foundation, of this business. What's your roadmap in doing this?
Ang main namin is lean and green products, and lahat ng aming sabihin natin na kinikita is, ang next namin is saan namin dadalhin. So, to support ang brand namin, ito yung ginamit namin. Nag-invest kami sa IT, so we have our own IT system. Ang target din namin, makapag-launch kami ng aming sariling IT companies, because tumataas din po yung demand. And yung aming isa sa mga aming na-produce is, ang brand is Pakwan. Yan yung isa sa aming na-produce. So meron na rin kami ilo-launch yung aming tricycle app. So we have also that for our logistic system. So ibig sabihin po talagang
bago yun, yung tricycle app na yun. TODA.
Yan na po yung aming mga iraran sa mga aming mga local. Ito yung nakikita namin ni Press na magpapabilis ng aming logistic. Ang target namin sa loob ng 2 to 3 years, magawa namin na yung same day delivery, kasi service ang labanan when it comes sa dropship. So the more na mabilis mong makuha yung product mo, mas gusto ng tao yun. Yun po yung aming pinaka goal and edge sa future namin. Now when it comes sa logistic, we invested also sa logistic company, so we buy some shares sa isang logistic company para magkaroon kami ng malaking idea paano nagra-run yung operation ng products or delivery, para maging conscious kami, para ma-solve namin yung mga problem ng pwedeng mangyari sa future pa. So kami gusto namin na lahat ng makukuha namin na brands, yung makikip-collaborate sa amin, is magkaroon ng big satisfaction para sa products nila. Ngayon, ano yung advantage nila sa pagpasok namin. Yun nga po yung nabanggit ko. Kunyari, si Brand A, pumasok sa amin, we have 500 plus distributor. So, imagine kung 1% na lang ng 500,000, yung mag-market nang wala namang binabayaran si Brand, it's a good deal para sa kanya para mag-earn o gumanda yung takbo ng business niya. Now, when it comes sa amin naman, yung aming pag-i-invest, lagi namin tinitingnan is yung pag-i-invest namin, yung mga partner namin doon, yun yung master nila. So kami, more on guidance lang talaga yung ginagawa namin. Ang paniniwala talaga namin po is collaboration ng technique when it comes sa future. Yung bawat specialty ng mga tao, minsan kasi may mga companies na maganda naman ang kanilang business kaso kulang lang sila sa capitalization. Doon kami nagka-capitalize. Then nilalagay namin sa ecosystem namin because ang meron po kami database ng tao para tumakbo yung business nila. Yun po yung aming pinaka-sikreto kung bakit mabilis namin nabubuo yung aming mga platforms.
Wow, this is awesome. And what tips can you share to those who are thinking of getting into dropshipping?
Ako siguro number one is kailangan muna nilang aralin yung dropship para magkaroon sila ng interest. Next is kung may interest sila, kailangan nila mag-decide. Kasi yung factor ng success, decision talaga siya eh. Kasi merong mga challenges. So kailangan mag-decide sila na gusto ko maging successful sa online or dropshipping business. Next is, yung pinaka-last ko dyan is kailangan maging aware, magkaroon sila ng bagong mindset for this industry or for this business. Kasi maraming pumapasok o nag-ship into other industry. Ang nagiging problem, nagustuhan lang nila, nagka-interest lang sila, pero hindi nila sinama yung mindset. Kasi kunyari ako, empleyado, wala namang masama doon, but pag dinala ko yung mindset ko sa dropship, mahirap siyang i-collaborate. So kami, yun yung aming job as company, part po nun, yung tinatawid namin yung mindset ng tao papunta sa bagong mindset para maging successful siya doon sa field na po na yun. So sa amin, yun po yung aming formula. Number one, aralin muna po yung industry na papasukin. Pag nagustuhan, decide. And next is, kailangan i-gain niya yung bagong mindset. Sadyain niya na makuha ko yung tamang mindset para maging successful ako doon sa field na papasukin ko.
Wow. RG, you are an engineer by profession,
Yes.
correct? What do you think is the role of engineering in this business? And do you think that with all the heavy competition, di ba? Marami din naman ng mga established na platforms naman na dyan, di ba? Nabanggit nyo rin yung mga ibang pagkakaiba nito sa karamihan. And ano sa nakikita mo na parang mga pagkakaiba pa ng Lean and Green in your platform to make sure that, yes, I agree, you're very forward-looking, di ba? Pero ang gusto kong malaman, ano ba yung mga insights mo na nakukuha doon sa behavior din ng consumer, di ba? Parang kayo ba, katulad ng sinabi ninyo, Filipinos would like to drink coffee, would like to get slimmer. That's one insight. Everything is research-based, and then you think that everything will be online, and then people are very clamoring. They're very demanding actually, di ba? Parang gusto namin na order namin ngayon, bukas meron na. Kaya you're looking at that possibility of making sure that deliveries will be same day, di ba? Ano yung mga na-observe mo ng mga katangian ng mga Pilipino ngayon? Or maaring hindi lang Pilipino dito sa Pilipinas, kundi consumers abroad din. Ginagamitan mo rin ba ng engineering yun, sir?
May kinalaman po kasi lahat ng paggalaw sa operations ng computation. So kailangan natin na maikustingan ng tama. Kasi pag kahinulaan mo lang siya at hindi maging balance yung cash flow mo sa kumpanya, maging ito ay dahilan para mag-collapse yung platform mo. So in terms of pricing, dahil ang behavior ng Pilipino, meron ding tinatawag na buying capacity. Dapat pag-aralan mo rin yun. Kasi ang Pilipino, pag pinag-usapan nating medyo mahal na yung products, hindi na kaya nilang bunutin kaagad. May kinalaman yun sa speed ng products. yung movement. Ngayon, pag nagkamali ka naman sa allocation mo sa loob ng kumpanya, pwedeng yan din yung dahilan para mag-overexpense yung company or maging mali yung computation mo. So, mahirap bawiin yun. Katulad nung naglabas ka ng price. Di ba pwede, ay, mali pala. So, dapat itaas ko, di ba? Itaas ko, medyo lugi tayo. Talo tayo sa operational expenses, talo tayo sa warehousing natin, talo tayo sa logistics natin, talo tayo. So, kailangan i-plotting natin ng maayos yun. Which is may kinalaman sa numero lahat to. So, doon siguro, isang bagay din isang factor din bakit si Lean and Green, yung lumaki. Dahil yung combination namin sa loob, medyo maganda through experience and wisdom talaga sa loob na kailangan ma-balance natin ng maayos. Kasi, para sa amin kasi, yung tinatawag na stability is equal to balance. Anything na balance, hindi basta babagsak yan. Pero anything na talagang hindi ganun ka-balance, talagang mag-expect ka magkukulaps talaga yon. Tama kasi parang bahay yun, di ba? Apat, kulang ng isa. So hindi balanse, so magkukulaps siya. Pero kahit isa lang ang tukod niyan pag balanse, talagang makikita mo. Kaya ang numero, napakalaking factor yon sa pagpapatakbo ng kumpanya para maging maayos yung cash flow.
Ano po ang maipapayo nyo din sa mga maliliit na negosyo kasi sa amin o sa gustong sumali or gumamit ng platform, saan po nila kayo makikita, saan kayo mahanap, matatawagan? Because one of the purposes of the show Open for Business is also have small entrepreneurs or startup entrepreneurs or people or even students who want to go into business. Let's start first with Chris.
Okay, sa lahat ng mga brand owners, mga gusto nilang yung products nila o yung brand nila ma-promote, ang Lean and Green is open po para ma-market po ang inyong mga products para matulungan po ang bawat ating mga kababayan na nag-aspire na gustong sumikat or gumanda ang kanilang production and sales, no? So nandito si Lean and Green, ang aming platform para matulungan po na ma-market ang inyong mga products, no, and brands, no. Makikita niyo po ang aming ang aming company sa website leanandgreen.international. So we have that, and sa Facebook namin, Lean and Green Trading Corporation. So itong yung aming dalawang platform na pwede nyo pong ma-contact or ma-access po.
Doon naman sa mga gustong magnegosyo na hindi walang ganong kalaking capitalization, the platform, the dropshipping is isa sa perfect business na pwede niyong pasukin. Pangalawa, ang advantage dito ay merong guidance din po sa management at the same time sa mga trainer namin na hindi nyo na kailangan bayaran pa yung mga trainer natin para matuto kayo. Meron din po kaming mga training online na pinoprovide for free din po yon. Then, sobrang dami po na pwede nyo pang aralin pa sa hinaharap. So, wag po kayong matakot mag-start sa business kasi ako, nung sumubok ako sa ganitong industry, hindi ko din naman linya to. So, inaral ko lang ng inaral. Then, hanggang sa natuto ako, hanggang sa nagkaroon ako ng mga experiences, hanggang sa na-set up namin yung company. Kaya wag po kayong matakot. Lahat po tayo aasenso sa buhay.
Wow, great way to end this interview. Thank you so much. Of course, we also have here, the studio is the unit manager, Mr. Marlon De Jesus. Thank you so much, Engineer Arginel Maisog, the president, and the chairman, Christopher Pontanar of Lean and Green Trading Corporation. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. And for our business news, AI integration gains headway in dropshipping business. Major companies have integrated artificial intelligence in the dropshipping business as early as 2021, according to the business research company's Dropshipping Global Market Report 2022. AI technology provides a host of benefits, including personalization, automation of the process, analyzing data, and eliminating unwanted data. For instance, Ali Dropship, a US-based subsidiary of AliExpress for the shipping business introduced Celica in 2021, which is a new AI product description generator to automate product descriptions. This plugin helps in editing product descriptions, editing colors and category descriptions, and offers a stop word list for titles. Global players in the dropshipping market include Ali Dropship, Sunshine E-Commerce Technologies, Doba Inc., Saleho Group Limited, Shopify, Wink, Sunrise Wholesale Merchandise, and many more. Digitalization key in financial inclusion in ASEAN, according to WEF. Digitalization can be the key to make access to financial services more inclusive for ASEAN's digital generation, according to the World Economic Forum's ASEAN Digital Generation Report 2022. The report cited the unprecedented increase in digitalization in the region, as well as wider adoption of digital financial services. In fact, digital payment apps were the most used by those surveyed of any applications after social media, with 84% of all respondents saying they had used these apps, according to the report. The report concluded that the development of financial management skills was closely associated with accessing financial products, particularly insurance, loans, and investments. The 6th edition of the report surveyed 90,000 people, predominantly aged 16 to 35, across 6 ASEAN nations: Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. EU moves for completely recyclable packaging by 2030 in its bid for a wider push to make packaging in Europe carbon neutral by 2050. The European Union wants all packaging to be completely recyclable by 2030, reported by the World Economic Forum. In the EU, 40% of plastics and 50% of paper are used for packaging. According to WEF, the EU's proposed recyclable packaging rules will ban unnecessary packaging, including single-use food and drink sachets in restaurants for fruits and vegetables, as well as small soap and shampoo bottles in hotels. The measure for recyclable packaging will likewise promote reusable packaging and create compulsory return schemes for cans and bottles, amongst others. Open for Business is at the helm. IMF and OECD's 2023 forecast. While 2022 did not become the comeback year the world economy wanted, it became a nightmare. Instead, with the record inflation, the Russia-Ukraine war, and more damages caused by natural disasters. However, they say there's more gloom in 2023. In 2022, the world opened up even more. Tourism and economy became more active because many countries eased COVID restrictions, but it did not boost economies. Complicated, isn't it? That's what macroeconomics professor Ruel Bitsema of the University of Amsterdam thinks so too. The Russian invasion of Ukraine in February changed the game for energy and food prices. Countries including the Philippines are now suffering from cost of living pressures because wages are not keeping up with inflation, challenging households with their spending. Pero naniniwala ang International Monetary Fund na lalago ng bahagya ang ekonomiya sa 2023 ng 2.7%, mas mababa ang pagtaya ng OECD sa 2.2%. Closer to home, the government's focus is hastening economic growth through the use of the President's first full-year spending plan. House Speaker Martin Romualdez said it is the most important tool in accomplishing the objectives of the President's agenda for prosperity and his 8-point socio-economic development plan. Filipinos are hoping that the 2023 budget will be spent wisely and effectively to keep companies and enterprises open for business. Sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon, magbubukas ang Flag State and Shipbuilders Convention and Expo Maritime Philippines ngayong Pebrero 16 at 17 sa Harbor Garden Tent ng Sofitel Philippine Plaza na pinangungunahan ng WMOC o ng Worldwide Maritime Operations Company. This is a gathering of the who's who in the maritime industry, especially beneficial to highlight our shipbuilders and maritime professionals in the country. With me here in Open for Business is Ms. Rachelle Lopez, the President and CEO of WMOC. How are you, Ms. Rachelle?
Hi, Sir Cesar. I'm doing great.
This exhibition is very exciting after several years.
Yes,
Hindi naman masyadong marami, mga dalawa lang or tatlo.
Matagal.
But what is the main objective and why is this exhibition being held?
Actually, this is the first and the biggest Expo Maritime Philippines that will be held here in Manila. As you know, our Philippines, particularly Manila, is the hub of all maritime conference, but that is being organized and produced by foreign nationals. So this is the first time then that we are a Filipino, the first organizer of this event. So nakita namin yung opportunity na gusto naming i-highlight and to boost the Philippine Flag Registry and the shipbuilders and ship repair here in the Philippines. Kaya namin ginawa yan. And of course, for our beloved seafarers. Kasi we all know that we are the #1 provider of seafarers globally. So gusto naming ma-highlight at i-boost pa ang ating mga Filipino seafarers.
Miss Rachelle, that is very exciting and that's a milestone. This is something historic. Pero and I agree with you. The seafarers, ang ating mga marinong Pilipino, kilala sa buong mundo.
Yes.
Kaya nga 'di ba, Miss Rachelle, nakakatakot 'yun minsan na kapag may mga problema sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo, alam natin na may Pilipino doon.
Yes.
What made it end here in the Philippines? What did you do that finally we will be hosting it?
Actually, just to give you an overview, our company is a documentation and a medical clinic for, particularly we are catering for Filipino seafarers. So, me and my husband just decided to have this event just to feature and to give back something for the industry. Kasi as we all know, di ba, we are having a problem right now with the thing of EMSA. So we would like to open the opportunity and to make other countries to be aware how Filipino is a very important crew and staff from the vessels. We don't like Filipino seafarers to be erased in the market. 'Di ba? So, nandoon ang Filipino kasi kahit saan mo dalhin, 'di ba? Sabi mo nga, sir, 'di ba? In any parts of the world, meron tayong Filipino, 'di ba? So, sa seafarers, majority of the crew are Filipinos. Kahit sa cruise, sa mga passenger vessels, 'di ba? So, puro Pilipino 'yan eh. So, ayaw naman natin is just because na lalo ngayon nag-pandemic, sabi nila ang mga Filipino daw is mahal na. But if you're going to see yung quality at the same time, very hardworking ang mga Filipino seafarers natin. And ito yung nag-udyok sa amin ng husband ko to put and to organize this because this event is a sole produced by us lang. Wala kaming other sector na tumulong sa amin. Kami lang talaga because we would like to give back something for the seafarers, and something for the Philippine Flag Registry, and something for the shipbuilder and ship repair here. Kasi nakita namin yung opportunity. Sabi nga, di ba, this is the best time para magtulong-tulong ang lahat ng maritime sector to boost again and to show all the countries around the world na we Filipino talagang nagkakaisa kami. Kahit na anong problema, kaya nating tumayo. And I think this is a very different, just to give you an overview of the event, this is a way different from other conferences that being held here. So gusto namin na ma-experience ng mga lahat ng dadalo. By the way, we have also some delegates from different countries who will be joining here.
From what countries are they coming from?
We will be having as far as Panama. We have Dubai, we have Hong Kong, we have Singapore and Japan. They will just go here just to attend the two-day convention.
Is there a registration fee?
Actually, for all the seafarers, one good thing is sa event hall, they are all for free. That just present their seaman's book and they are free. And also for the maritime students, they are also for free.
Wow.
So not only that, sir, we will be having a different event for the seafarers that will be held at the Harbor Garden tent. This is a simultaneous for the 2 days. We will be having simultaneous 2 days convention at the inside the Sofitel Philippine Plaza, which is Davao and Boracay, for the Flag State and the Shipbuilders Convention. So dito, for the event hall pa lang, there are a lot of activities talagang naka-line up for the seafarers. We will be having a business talk for them from a franchisee of the Philippines. They will teach those seafarers and of course the spouses to have a very small capital to invest for a business. So tuturuan sila business-wise and financial literacy. And also, we will be showcasing a lot of opportunities for different manning agency who joined us. They will be providing a job opportunities for all the seafarers na and unemployed, na wala pang sakay. So this is their best timing to go there and to apply.
Wow, Miss Rachel, I think, all the while I thought it was just a simple event that Miss Lou is saying, but this time it's like a country event. And this is something very impressive because this is an event not only for seafarers but also for families, and you are also talking about providing income opportunities for them, and even the spouses and even the members of the family. And I think there would be time for us because Open for Business will be covering this, and we hope to talk with you more there, and also the professionals, the seafarers, and the key personalities who will be attending the event. So ngayon po, I think we are running out of time. This is just a teaser of what's going to be in store there at the expo. If people will be going there, where would they get the details and how would they contact the organizers?
Okay, so we have our website, which is www.expomaritimefeels2023.com. They can register there and they can buy tickets as well. So we have a very affordable prices for the conference ticket, and that is for 2 days already, and very exciting ang lineup ng mga speakers natin. We will be expecting some of the groups from different shipbuilders here, and also some of the on the business side, some of the investors looking to have Philippines to make a vessel for them. So that's one, and also we would like to thank for the a very supportive and Congress, some other congressman and congresswoman, and also some senators who will be joining us. We would like this event to be an eye-opener for the government to involve themselves and their offices para magkatulong-tulong and to have this common goal, diba? To uplift our Philippine flag registry and also the shipbuilder and ship repair in the Philippines.
Okay, for my last question, Ms. Rachel, kung merong dalawang mahalagang issue na gusto kang ma-resolve, kasi nabanggit mo ang ating mga namumuno sa gobyerno, andyan na rin ang pribadong sektor. Ano ang dalawang issues na gusto mong ma-resolve pagkatapos ng event na ito?
Unang-una, gusto naming marisolba ang problema ng marino. Ng mga,
Which is, ano yung...
mga seafarers. Standardization ng training, di ba? And to be, of course, with the help of our President, Bongbong Marcos, we're very, very positive na malalagpasan natin itong problema in terms of EMSA. So, we don't want the 50,000 seafarers be losing their jobs. So, yun yung isa sa mga goals natin, and also to uplift and to help and to involve, sabi nga natin, yung government. Paano ba natin sisimulan na maboost ulit ang ating shipbuilder and ship repair in the Philippines? Di ba magagaling tayo mga Pilipino? Diba? So,
that's right. Actually, kahit nga yung award-winning na yung Best Supporting Actress sa Triangle of Sadness,
si
Miss Dahl.
Diba?
The seafarers, Filipinos are there in the ship. It's very fascinating, and I hope, I agree with you, Mr. Rachel. We will be featuring the highlights of the event, and we are expecting to talk with you again there together with your guests. And thank you so much for dropping by here in the set of Open for Business and Net25, so that you can give already a teaser and invite them personally to our viewers. Ang mga marinong Filipino ay kilala sa buong mundo sa kanilang husay at tiyaga sa trabaho. With nearly 400,000 Filipino seafarers, the Philippines is known to be the largest provider of them. But more than our seafarers, our shipbuilders deserve to be in the spotlight too. The Flag State and Shipbuilders Convention and Expo Maritime Philippines attempts to highlight the maritime industry with the view of strengthening core knowledge and to help elevate the sector. Make sure to visit the exhibition this February 16 and 17 at the Harbor Garden tent of the Sofitel Philippine Plaza and support our maritime industry. Thank you so much, the President and CEO of WMOC, Ms. Rachelle Lopez. Thank you so much. Our buzzword for the week is drop shipping. It is a business system that allows a company to sell products without ever maintaining an inventory of the products. The customer places an order, and then the company notifies the manufacturer or distributor of the product that an order has been placed and it should be dropped into a shipment for the consumer. The manufacturer or distributor sends the product directly to the consumer on behalf of the drop shipping company. Ang pagninegosyo ay kinakailangan ng tiyaga, sipag, pag-aaral ng merkado at kompetisyon upang makamit ang tagumpay. Walang bagay ang madali kahit pa ito ang uso at maraming nagbabaka sakali. Wala rin itong kaakibat na garantiya na sa unang subok ay agad napapatok. Mapaanong negosyo man yan, mapabago o lumaman sa iyong dedikasyon na kasalalay ang paglago at pag-unlad, huwag mong madaliin o ikumpara ang sarili sa ibang magninegosyo o nagninegosyo dahil tayo ay may kanya-kanyang katangian at panahon. Be diligent in what you do and continuously innovate so as to provide what the market needs. And with that, our quote of the week is from Hyasil Han. She said, "Don't find customer for your products, find products for your customers." Maraming salamat sa ating mga panauhin at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli sa Open for Business. Catch us too on our Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, fill the pause, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. Thank you, Chris.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business NEC 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapangunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, YouTube. Siguraduhin na rin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Ating alamin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan nila sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. When we order from online sellers, we just expect to receive our goods in the shortest time possible. However, for those with a business mindset, they are keen to know what's the story behind the delivery of goods and if there are any opportunities to invest. That's exactly what we're in for this episode, knowing the ins and outs of a logistics or courier express service, including the franchise model of this business. We'll find out more insights from BEXCS Logistics Solutions Inc.'s President Marjorey Rubio. With the exponential growth in e-commerce in the past 2 years of the pandemic, delivery services also enjoyed robust activity and demand. We are fortunate to have with us today someone who used to be an online seller herself and transitioned to becoming a business owner of a logistics company. What a great story of grabbing an opportunity and making that enterprise grow. Such an inspiration. Here to tell us more about the amazing story of BEXCS Logistics Solutions is its president and founder, Miss Marjorey Rubio. Welcome to Open for Business.
Thank you, Sir Cesar, for having me here in your show.
Before I ask you some of the questions, gusto ko lang balikan yung usapan natin off-cam. Akala ng lahat talagang ang logistics industry sa Philippines, these are really, the key players are controlled by Filipinos. But as a market analyst, what was your observation on this? Are we, of course, we have the major brands in the logistics market. What's the background behind this where no Filipino or magkakaroon pa lang tayo ng Pilipino na talagang mangunguna sa larangang ito?
Based on my observation in the last 4 years, I believe that at first, no, nung wala pong pandemic, it was highly fragmented. Talagang, of course, logistics has been there and basically backing up all the industries. But after pandemic, I believe that also foreign players saw Philippines as a growing market. So in a span of 2 to 3 years, they were able to grow several brands here. And right now, no, saturated yung market natin with foreign players. I would say top 2 would be from other countries and not here in the Philippines.
What's the reason behind it? Are there maybe bigger investments coming from them? Are there other? Is it a consortium or a collaboration of foreign companies? That's why they are dominating that.
Well, to start off, Philippines is very, our country or the Filipinos are adaptable to technology. So nung pumasok po yung malalaking brands, the big e-commerce platforms, I would say, no, these were also the reasons why foreign players had seen the opportunity. So they banked as well of Filipinos patronizing these large e-commerce platforms. So sa ngayon po, yan ang nakikita ko na majority why a lot of the foreign players are looking into that, because they see that the market share already belongs to these huge e-commerce platforms, which are also foreign companies.
I see. But to give us a background, Ms. Marjorey, of the market, talking about market share, how big ba is the Philippine market?
Globally, we're looking at $2.1 billion US dollars, no? But I would say at least Philippines at about less than $1 million US dollars or more, possibly, because this is just based on the last 3 years. Pero for sure, when I last looked into the market, and this was in 2019, prior to pandemic, the data that we have been gathering, which is supposed to be for 2025, was fast-forwarded to 2020. Parang yung dapat na growth po natin in 2025, ngayon na siya nangyayari in the last 2 years. So just imagine that kind of exponential growth in the country.
Yes, speaking of that exponential growth, this leads me to my next question. You were at the cusp of great opportunity during the pandemic, when people were restricted from moving and relied heavily on deliveries. While you saw a great opportunity, were you not wary of the immense work behind a logistics business?
Well, yes, I was very aware of what we're going into. Actually, I've been mentioning this before in my some of my interviews in the past. The only reason why we came to a point that we decided to move forward and do the business for logistics, I think it came from a drive ng isang ina, no? I am very transparent. The reason why we opened our business at first was because I have a kid with special needs. And at that time, I was very happy being a market analyst, a market researcher. I've done so many businesses offshore, and I think it was fulfilling naman in our end. But the reason why we also banked into the Philippines as a growing market, because in 2019 we saw that there are some cities, outskirts, no, hindi na nakikater talaga ng logistics. And so when I did our feasibility study, nakita namin na this is a huge market na wala pa rin talagang nagdo-dominate. So yes, the city, of course, the serviceable areas, as what we would say, no, yan, nakikater na talaga. And most of it are pare-parehas. So meaning, one player is the same as with the other with serviceable areas, and there's a reason behind that. But when I looked into the competition, there are different levels of the competition. But again, banking on the strength of the data that I have, I think that was the, that was the convincing point for me. Whether we have limited resources or even none, I think we can pivot the company into a bigger one if we are able to utilize what we have in terms of data.
Now, speaking of data, you mentioned that you're able to identify areas that are not serviced yet.
Yes.
Where are those areas?
So to date, we have more than 43,000 barangays existing in our archipelago, and all of the players, that's a valid data, all of the players have been catering only 23,000 barangays. So what about the rest of it?
More than half.
Yeah, it's more than half. So the rest of the half that I'm saying, those are provinces, of course, municipalities, which are really unserved. So these are the areas of opportunities that we saw. And the reason why there's no one who's able to cater that is because of proximity. That's why BEXCS is very much dedicated to put activities in those areas para ma-serve namin siya. Kasi no one would put up a branch or let's say a logistics hub without an activity. There's no revenue stream for that. So what we did is now we're doing programs. We're having different activities that we can offer to the community so that when we serve them, they will be serviceable.
What would the activities be? Kasi alam naman natin na sa pagpapadala, di ba?
Yes.
Normally, it's the movement of goods
Yes.
or remittances from
Yes.
relatives.
Yes, correct.
What are the basic needs or the basic activities where logistics in these underserved or unserved
Yeah.
areas must be looked into?
So, the functions that we see po, no, and you're right, Sir Cesar, these are the areas that doesn't have activity. So, when we say activity, for example, when you go to Anda, Pangasinan, it's quite far, like 3 hours to 4 hours drive from the main town. And if you look into them, they have this certain population, pero there's no e-commerce activity. So what I'm trying to emphasize is the e-commerce activity, meaning having the people trained or introducing them on how to do e-commerce. So that's what we're doing right now. We are also venturing into training people, training the communities on how to make it happen. Kasi there are a lot of goods, no, na manufactured. I would say I've seen some from Nueva Vizcaya, Baguio. So, ang dami nating pwedeng ilabas, no, i-export. And even sold nationwide, pero hindi siya lumalabas. Why? Because no one is able to cater them, no one is able to teach them, train them. So this has been some of the programs that not only the government, even the private sectors has been trying to do. But the disconnect comes from how do we send it out? How do we package it? How do we make it happen? Because it's a huge market. There's so much distance, no, from one hub to the other. So how do you map it out talaga? So that's where we come in.
Wow, interesting. Speaking of e-commerce, you know, the key driver
Yes.
of it was the pandemic then, di
Right,
ba?
exactly.
So a lot of people were in their homes. The question there, Miss Marjorey, is that are those provinces or barangays ready in terms of infrastructure also? Or, of course, before you train them, there has to be good telco, good
Yes,
internet
yes,
facility, mga ganyan, di ba? Like say communication, key communication infrastructure, signal and
Yes,
all.
yes.
What are you doing to ensure that you know there should be also linkage between the private and government sector?
So right now we are tied up with one of the major players for telco, and we believe, no, that we have provided them with our map, a roadmap for the infrastructures. So meaning to say the branches or the hubs that we are going to establish around those vicinities will have the support as well of the telco and internet services, because you're right po, no, Sir Cesar, this is one of the problems arising na whether you have a good infrastructure, you have all this e-commerce suppliers and all, it will not happen if there's no connectivity. So I've seen so many developments right now for smart cities, and one of which is having us to provide ahead of time for this telco company to map out all the branches that we're gonna open up. I think that's one of the advantages that we have. Kasi we've studied all the key areas where the strategic areas kung saan namin ilalagay yung mga hub namin and the branches. So before pa sila tumayo, our partner already assured us that there will be connection prior to it. They will be serving those communities para pagdating ng mga branches namin, along with the e-commerce industry that we're gonna bring them, meron na silang connectivity.
Nice to hear. Now, there's a lot of logistics companies operating in the Philippines, and you went on to compete with them. In fact, given the size of BEXCS now, it seems that you have scaled yourself up to compete not just with the third-party logistics, but all the way to the top of the chain. For the MSMEs watching now, how did you do that?
I think one of the strategic ways that I've done, no, if I may share this, when we started po, para sa lahat po ng ating mga viewers, when we started in a very small apartment. Sa aming bahay lang talaga. And for us, as parents, no, I think everyone would understand kahit ano gagawin mo para sa anak mo. So, we started it in a small, it's not even an office, it's an apartment where we started. Nakita namin that, number one, if you know your market very well, that's the key to that. Before you go into anything, investments, business, I think you should be able to figure out what's going to happen in the next 5 years. And I've said it to a lot of my talks before with MSMEs. I share to them, when you do business, whether it's a pajama business or you're just selling fish crackers, dapat yung mindset mo, you should be able to plan out in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's the first thing that we did. We planned out for the next 5 years. So whatever that is happening right now, it has been on the plan already. Para lalakaran mo na lang as time goes by. So whenever there's struggle, there's challenges, what you do is you set and then you aim again. So that's one. And then number two would be, of course, perseverance. Because in this game, no, for us to be able to compete with the other players with limited resources, I just wanted to share this. Hindi po kami nagtanggap ng investors. Actually, it was bootstrapped in the last 4 years. Why? Because we wanted to prove to everyone na kaya siya. Kasi pag walang naging proof of concept to MSMEs, hindi sila maniniwala. Kasi they will always say, ay hindi, may investor ka. Philippines is a hot item for venture capitalists, and we've been offered so many times to do it. A lot of people would invest on concepts, that you have a great concept, but you will have to consider that, because you need to persevere. You have to make sure that as you grow, you also have to make sure that yung vision mo aligned with what you're doing. And then I think the third one that we did, was collaborate. There are a lot of people like me, like you, who would be very much willing to help. So there's a study po, that I think the best way to bring back the balance into our supply chain is by having the bigger players, the bigger companies, to help the smaller ones. Because and I will say this, collaboration is always better than competition. So collaboration right now is one of the key things why we're able to compete with the others.
Miss Marjorey Rubio is sharing a lot of new insights tonight. One of that which struck me is that there are investors or venture capitalists who came to you.
Yes.
There were investors who approached you, but you said no because you wanted to prove that as a Filipino entrepreneur, you can do it on your own. So what was that deciding factor why you stood ground to ensure that, this should be all Filipino?
It's a tough question to answer, no? We've been offered by a lot of foreign companies before, like even buyout, total buyout. We wanted to stood up first, number one, because we wanted to be a testimony for the micro entrepreneurs. Na I was once a seller of butcheron in a call center. I was once a seller of fish crackers. I used to do that in front of my company. And I also do live selling. I did live selling. I was also a rider myself. I've been to that ground, the groundwork. So, sabi po namin ng husband ko, if walang magpapatotoo niyan, na kaya siyang gawin through, of course, data, faith, and perseverance, walang maniniwala. And they will not do it. Because the mindset of entrepreneurs right now, I need to have an investor to make this happen. But in reality, you just need partners and you need to believe in the vision that you have. So one thing that I grabbed really the hardest was the vision. Sabi ko po sa mga tao namin, I can easily sell the company if I want to. Everyone who knows me, I can do that. But hindi ko po ginawa. Why? Because of the vision. It was so clear. I wanted to pull up this movement for all Filipinos to see na kaya naman po natin. That there is someone willing to do it. Then we can collaborate all together to work on this mission and vision that we're seeing. Kasi once you sell your vision, it's no longer yours. You cannot sell a vision. You cannot sell that. So, for me, the qualifications for the investors who would like to join with us, first, it's not all about business. It's not all about revenue generation. Because if you do good business, if you really know your heart and you really believe in what you do, I think God will be very faithful to provide you all the provision that you need. But you have to, you have to be loyal to the vision that was given to you.
And what is your vision and how are you going there now? Where are you in the vision?
So our vision is to bridge all industry gaps so that Philippines will be one of the world's best and biggest platforms in terms of logistics and e-commerce. So that is our vision. And right now, I would say we're halfway through. We have been getting traction in OFW communities, yung ating pong mga kababayan, whom we also dedicate this campaign, this project. I always say this, it's not a business. BEXCS is not just a business for me. Because I can sell it anytime. If it was a business, I can sell it anytime to investors. Kung pera-pera lang yan. But I had to go through a lot of struggles, a lot of pain points. We had to go through a lot, no? Talagang, and I would know, I would know na yung mga nanonood pa na MSMEs, yung sinasabi nila na blood and tears, totoo yun. Because we've been through that. And we're halfway through because we're getting traction across the globe. We have more than, well, I would say 30% of our applications are from our kababayans outside the country. And that's why we're ramping up fast. So, hindi kami nagmamadali. It's just that it's already, I think it's about time for us Filipinos to go in, to go in this project, this movement, because there's so much more to competition. Marami pa po tayong hindi na-address sa ating bansa, especially in terms of the socio-economic and yung ating kalagayan in terms of our performance index in logistics. So I think these are some of the things that we have to go through at makita, lalo na po yung ating lumalaking market for MSMEs.
Wow, those are very, very interesting data, but let's go back to this one. There's an estimated 1 billion e-commerce industry, and that's in dollars, and by association. We can say that the logistics sector is one of that benefits from this chunk given the relationship. On the logistics business alone, BEXCS is definitely getting a piece of that pie. So you mentioned already the inspiration and your adherence to that vision of the company, but here is a business model, franchising.
Yes.
So which is something very exciting because it makes it easy for OFWs and a lot of people to go into that business model because once they have all the requirements, all they have to do is follow that business model. So can you describe this franchise business and this strategy to increase revenue stream?
Yes. So we also saw the potential of franchising because we understand po that there are a lot of us having disposable income, or I would say yung mga pa-retire na. We have of course the OFW community who's very interested in having their hardships na may pupuntahan. I've been an OFW myself.
Really? From what country?
China.
Oh, okay.
I used to teach children, small kids, for English. So I also know how it feels to be an OFW. So,
for how long?
2 years.
Okay. Oh,
2
that was
years.
long na rin.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just 20 at that
Oh,
time.
really?
Yes, it was very hard. Kasi I had to stood up for my family when my dad left us. So I had to make all of this to happen. Kaya I really feel and have the heart for the OFW community. So franchising, because marami pong magagaling in the business. But I would also like to give opportunity naman. Paano naman yung, hindi naman sila, let's say they're not well versed in business. And logistics is a tough business. It's a complex business. It's, well, I would use the word toxic. It's a toxic business because the demand is always there. You have customers lined up asking you where their parcel
Tsaka
is.
demanding din ang,
Yes,
ang Pinoy.
the market is very
diba?
demanding. Plus, you have all this competition going on. So, and you have to also, you need a lot of advancement in technology to cater everyone. So, when we say franchising, we want to expand our venture by giving opportunities to people who'd like to have their money or to have their investment grow with us, but at the same time, we also help them manage it. Kasi one of the opportunities that we see is that, paano kung, Miss Marge, meron naman ako talagang kakayahan na magbigay ng kapital, pero wala akong oras. Because this is not my turf. I'm more into food. And you cannot just switch your core competency into something na hindi naman talaga sa'yo. So what we do with our franchise line, we give opportunities. People can invest in our franchising line. They can be part of this legacy, but we also help them manage it. And that lessens their risk for, the loss of investment. Kasi there's no business without risk. Every business has a risk, but you can always do risk management. And I think if we manage it for them in the next 2 years, then, they can be assured na talagang matututukan at lalaki yung negosyo nila.
Which is my follow-up question, Miss Marjorey, kasi halimbawa, I am an OFW, meron akong pera, pero naririnig ko rin sa Open for Business na dapat ang passion mo, o ano yung passion mo, sinabi mo yung food,
yes.
o kaya parang last week, pagpapaganda, or sa ibang weeks. So yun ang passion mo. Pero hindi mo alam yung klaseng business na yon. So why would, like say for example, OFWs or anyone, any Filipino who has that capital to choose logistics over their passion for other things, why would they invest in this logistics franchise model?
Logistics is the driver of all industries.
Yan.
So whether you are, that's the answer to it. So I'll give you one example. I spoke to one of our aspiring OFW franchisee from Switzerland. So she has a community of Filipinos, and with her, and the group, their passion is to sell Filipino items. So they saw the opportunity na napakadaming Pilipino in Switzerland, but they don't have a way to export. They don't have a way. Talagang So sabi niya when she was talking to me, paano yun, I don't have anything about logistics. But that's okay. Because your passion is to sell goods. And you stay with it. But you have your own logistics company already to make it happen. Let's say you're franchising a product. So ano pa rin naman yung kailangan mo? You still need logistics to distribute your supplies. Even if it's a medical device that you are open to, your skincare. In fact, right now po, we have scholars training under us. So we have been training moms. We've selected. We are doing case studies right now. Mommies na single parents. We also have mothers with special needs na may anak sila with special needs, and we also have moms na they have been selling online, and they really have a good eye and concept in the business. So we have mothers like this, and we're now formulating brands for them so that they can sell it, and then they have the logistics already in their hands. So we have started doing our vision, and it's so promising to see that these mothers are given now a chance to sustain. They no longer need to beg. Sometimes kasi yun po yung naging karanasan ko rin. I had experiences like that, and I think having a logistics as your franchise or as your investment would be sustainable, and it will complement any business that you operate.
Sabi mo nga, lahat ng industries dadaan sa inyo.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, moving on, from this background research, BEXCS is not just an end-to-end provider, but also a customized logistics provider. How do you do that? And is customization one of the gaps that the big players also failed to address?
Yes, that's absolutely true. The reason why we are able to come up with customization with tailor-fit logistics is because we saw that there are a lot of industries na hindi na po makater. Right now, the players that we see in the market, you know, the players that our crowd usually recognizes are only able to cater mails and parcels. But what about the cargo? What about the international shipping? So these are some of the services that we'll be able to address. Kasi when we did a lot of pickups for different clients, lalo na po ito nga ating growing market for MSME, sometimes they would have to call 4 different players, 4 different couriers. Isa para sa international, isa para sa express delivery, isa para sa nationwide. And it always gives them a headache to track all at the same time. So, having said that, we also saw the opportunity of customizing. That's why we call our company Logistics Solutions. Minsan po kasi ang naiisip lang ng tao, ay pare-pareho lang yan. But in our case, we're different because we customize the logistics for them. So even on a certain level, like for example, before po we were able to cater incubators, even caskets. So
wow.
That's how diverse we are. We even had express deliveries of chickens, anything under the sun. We have tried doing so just for us to see how the market will flourish if there's this type of logistics company that will serve them and would have the expertise. Kasi the challenge right now, as an emerging market or an online seller, sometimes you tend to go out of your core business, which is selling. Your core is to sell. Your core is to identify what are the best trends right now para yung revenue mo would be higher. Your goal as a CEO, as an entrepreneur, is to plan out your next 5 years. Pero ano pong nangyayari ngayon? You're there, you're doing the invoice, you're doing the packaging, ikaw na one-man show ka, collection.
May driver ka pa.
Yes, exactly. And you're the one who go to the supplier and deliver it. So, yes, tama po. So
Excel mo pa.
It's a one-man show. And that's why we are here, because we want to show you that leave it all to us. We're gonna do it for you. We're gonna support you grow, because as our tagline says, your business is our business. When you grow, we get shipments. It's a win-win situation.
Are you saying, Marjorey, na parang you are like a one-stop shop? So, do not think of it as, okay, here's your international, here's your local. Hindi na. So, once they deal with you, you can service all their needs.
We design their logistics. You want, so you have clients. We even give free consultation. That's why we want them to take advantage of that. Na, why would you have these issues of not being able to manage your assets? Kasi sometimes you capitalize on stuff that you don't need to capitalize on. There are people, sige maging fulfillment center na ako, pero maliit lang na player to. When you do a fulfillment center, you need a lot of capital for that. Why would you even go to that? Because your mindset is, wala naman kasi makapag-cater nito sa akin. But in reality, you stick with your core competency. You're good at sales, then you're good at sales. You manufacture, then you manufacture. And then leave the core for the logistics to us or to someone who will be able to help you in this.
Wow, well said. Ngayon, napag-uusapan natin kanina off-cam. There are pricing strategies of competitor na something that's very disruptive that may or are killing some of the local businesses. paano ka magko-compete doon? And knowing you now that you have the next 5 years planned, how would you be able to see if there is any systemic or consumer behavioral change or industry disruptions?
We are going heavy on data. So we have been studying the market through deep dive research. We also understand that technology will play an important role in scaling out our vision as well. So number one, we'd like to show everyone that we don't need to compete with each other, especially for the local players like me. We are very open for partnership. That's why we have this we have this design right now that we're which is in the pipeline. So I think in order for the balance to get back on track, kasi there's no balance right now. When I say there's no balance, consumers, buyers are dictating the pricing. So for example, I'm an online seller. I'd like to sell my brand. I invested on my brand. I have the concept. Ginawa ko lahat para gumanda yung brand ko. And then, my customer is gonna say, no, I'm not gonna buy from you. Why? Because your shipping fee is too high. See? The control of the market is with the buyers. So even if I have a very good brand, but because the shipping fee doesn't fit their budget, what happens? They have to switch to another player. And I don't think that's helping out because the seller gets frustrated. At the end of the day, they would just end up, okay, let's not do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore because I cannot risk my products without having this quality of service. So I think the best way to bring back the balance, number one, is to understand what are really the cost recurring for the players like us, for the logistics players, no, number one. And then second, bring back quality and excellent service. So I believe, and we're not saying that we are the best, but the progress is there. We're already doing our best to formulate, to put in the pipeline, how can we get the shorter delivery time. As a matter of fact, it's already in the pipeline that we will be the first to do the nationwide shipping delivery same day.
Are you seeing those changes happening? Like, for example, we've seen in social media a lot of photos about perception and reality. As you mentioned it, these are quality service. That's a way for you to elevate it. Ang bagsak nun sa logistics pa rin, di ba? That's, although that is from the producer of the product, but somehow, di ba, once you deliver it, you're already part of the system, and a certain part of the blame will be also pointed to you. What's your take on that?
That is actually true. There's a lot of things happening very fast now in the logistics business, and you're right. As soon as we get the parcel, sometimes even if hindi naman talaga kami yung who's to blame, because dumaan lang sa amin talaga yung package. But that's the reason why we prefer, we prefer to partner with local e-commerce players, because this is my take, no? I would want to see the brands with quality to be delivered by BEXCS. And e-commerce platforms are one of the key players right now. If you partner with an e-commerce platform, of course, there's a tendency that you get a market share. Right now, we are partnering with a Filipino e-commerce platform. It's called EasySell PH. So we support them because we know that they have this vision na, of course, as much as we can, we must have quality items to sell online, and that gives protection to our consumers. Ganon kami, hanggang doon po nakikialam kami.
As a logistics provider, you can also see the trend in what business is flourishing in the market right now. What is the strongest product type that has been moving of late? As a market analyst yourself, what drives the popularity of these products? Ang ibang naririnig ko dyan, yung mga pampaputi.
Tama po kayo. That's the answer. That's the answer. Well, we have skincare, of course. It's one of the best. If some of us are watching wants to know, we have skincare. We also have anything related to health and beauty. especially the supplements, yan pa rin po
Yeah,
yung
sila
magtatap
pa
sa
rin,
trends,
ano?
yes. And we also have this for electronics naman, we have tech accessories. For
Okay.
mobile phones, anything that you
Yes.
can have to accessorize your phone, chargers and all, those would be the top talaga. In the next, that's gonna run in the next 3 to 5 years.
May warehousing din kayo.
Yes, we have warehousing. We offer warehousing because we saw the opportunity that pag isang seller kasi lumaki siya bigla, problemahin na niya kung saan niya ilalagay
Yes.
yung mga ano. So we supported that too.
Okay, about expansion plans, you have quite recently launched in Cebu and are planning to set your footprints wider and farther in both the Visayas and Mindanao regions. How many branches are you expecting to open in 2023?
Non-negotiable, we'll have to open 278 branches in the entire country.
I like that the CEO, non-negotiable. I'd like to open 203. 278.
Yes.
Why? Is that number something that will meet your business targets?
Yes, it's the map that we have planned out for this year because those will be the key branches to serve our nationwide delivery. And that will also support our incoming branches outside the country.
As we're wrapping up now, since you're also a trainer, kindly share your tips for the MSMEs who are watching you right now and how they may be able to create a sustainable and scalable business like BEXCS.
I'd like to share po, no, you need to be open. When you say open, you have to be open for knowledge. You cannot always say, I know everything. Kasi ako, up to this point, I'm a CEO, but I'm very much open to adding more to my learning. And then number 2, I believe you really need to stand up your ground. You have to be firm and you have to do what is right. Not just do what you want to do, but you have to consider everyone in your business. And growing businesses right now are those with purpose. If your business at this moment, you have to evaluate if it doesn't serve any purpose, you might have to reevaluate it and look back again. Because for us, no, for me, businesses with purpose, ito yung talagang magkakaroon ka ng drive because you'll need that drive to stay on the game. Most of the players right now, they only last up unto 3 to 4 years and then di na nakakatawid dun sa pagiging established na business. Why? They get burned out. So the 5th one, of course, would be faith. There's no business without having faith, of course, number 1 in God and the community and yourself. You need to have faith in yourself as well. Kasi pag ikaw mismo hindi ka sold out sa business mo, then there's no point of doing the business.
Wow, this is a perfect interview. But before we wrap up, I noticed, Miss Marjorey, that you are a strong-willed and truly a strong woman. But what is your soft spot? I know that you mentioned earlier you also begged as a mother. You had to put it up. You worked hard, and you have also a child that has special needs. What is that soft heart that you have?
Actually, for me, as a mom, and this goes for every interview that I have done in the last couple of years, mahirap maging mahirap. Mahirap na nagmamakaawa ka for help. At yun yung ayaw ko pong maranasan ng ibang magulang na katulad ko. Because I've seen and I've experienced not eating in a day. And I know how it feels if I'm given one shot in life. No matter what it takes, I will make sure it will happen. And so I'm doing it right now.
Wow, that was a great way to end this conversation. And thank you so much, Miss Marjorey Rubio. And we apologize for making you cry. Thank you so much, Miss Marjorey. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. business news, U.S. economy shows signs of improvement. It may be that the U.S. will possibly glide through the year without recession as economic improvements are beginning to show. Moody's Analytics, as quoted in a report, observed that inflation is moderating, making it less likely for the Federal Reserve to hike interest rates. The firm's chief economist, Mark Zandi, was quoted saying that easing of inflation will significantly raise the odds of the U.S. economy going through without a recession in 2023. Positive signs include a reported decline in consumer price index 6 months in a row through December. eSIM market seemed to increase to $16.3 billion by 2027. Globally, the global eSIM or the embedded SIMs market is seen to expand from $4.7 billion in 2023 to $16.3 billion by 2027. According to a new Juniper research study, currently India and China account for a total of 25% of global smartphones using eSIM. The study further said that the total number of smartphones using eSIM connectivity will increase to 3.5 billion by 2027 from a mere 986 million in 2023. eSIMs are embedded within devices, enabling gadgets and sensors to seamlessly switch between network operator profiles. And the Philippines is looking to Belgium for digital cooperation. The Department of Information and Communications Technology is looking to explore digital cooperation with Belgium in the areas of cybersecurity, digital ID, and satellites. The ICT Undersecretary for Public Affairs and Foreign Relations, Ana Mayu Lamentillo, said the department wants to improve the public's access to and the government's delivery of public services through digitalization and strengthening measures against cyber threats. Lamentillo further added that the Philippines would like to learn from digitally advanced nations in building and improving infrastructure. Isang malakasang pagpapasinayam mula sa ating network at Net25 Stars ang natunghayan dito sa Let's Net Together sa Baguio. Nakausap din natin ang ilang piling taga-suporta na nagpapakilala ng kanilang mga natatanging negosyo sa publiko. Let's get to know them here.
Actually, it's our 40th year bali this year. And then we have a huge network po of existing franchises na talagang tiwala sa brand namin. And dito po sa North Luzon, most especially dito po sa Baguio, we are also looking for mga bagong pong mga franchises who wants to have their own business. We have different franchise packages. Meron po kaming as low as 100,000 pesos, wherein ito po tinatawag naming business trial package. Within 6 months, pwede nyo po munang i-test market yung pong inyo pong site. And then after po nun, tsaka po tayo mag-upgrade to a regular franchise. We are very honored and proud po to be a part of this event. And I just hope na if ever you will be interested in having your own Mr. Donut outlet, you can email us at fms@mrdonut.ph. And you can also visit our one of our stores dito po sa Baguio, which is located in the Lower General Luna here po sa Baguio.
We are so very blessed and grateful na kasama kami at naimbitahan kami ng Net25. So para po ma-introduce namin ang Diana Stalder products here in North, especially sa Baguio na. So super grateful kami, sir. Perfect po itong event na to. So we are offering po a reseller package for our Diana Stalder products. For only 3,000 worth of net products, meron na silang mauumpisahan na Diana Stalder products, more on skincare products, mga acne products po. Bali po kasi ito, we are offering this one para kahit wala po kayong physical store, at least they can start with their online business po. They can put ads in Facebook or any Shopee or Lazada, any digital platforms. They can start their small businesses on their own home. They can be their own boss on their own home, di ba po? Sobrang comfortable siya, sobrang free to all na pwede mag-start kahit in free 10,000 pesos po. So,
Okay.
perfect business po siya. Lalo na sa mga nang-work from home, na gusto na may mga side hustle po.
Star-studded tayo ngayon, kaya we are very grateful. Masaya kami and excited for this event. Actually, this is the new next page sa fire extinguisher, the new generation. We are using nanotechnology at alam natin, ang Baguio isa po sa mga maliit ang stats pagdating sa tulong. So, ang Reinold Max ay tumutulong lalo pang mabawasan po yung insidenteng yan. Kaya siguro walang marireport. Kasi mag-uumpisa pa lang ang sunog, napapatay na kagad na hindi na kailangan dumating sa puntong tumawag ng bumbero. Yan po ang vision ng Reinold Max. You can find us, of course, at facebook.com/WSC Group. And there you can watch our demonstration, presentation, and also yung iba pang mga fire safety tips. Tulad ng sinabi natin, isang maliit na Reinold Max na 500 ml is equivalent to 310 pounds fire extinguisher. And of course, we are looking for distributors sa mga cities, sa provinces, and also regional na po tayo. Inulit ko po, Reinold Max, stronger than fire.
There is already the influx of tourists coming in, and we also feel that the economy is moving forward. Although the latest data, we have a very high inflation rate recently, but do you think that the Philippine economy and Baguio or tourism will somehow contribute, to that progress? What do you think are the challenges that should be addressed by the government and by the private sectors?
Pwede natin sabihin na dapat lahat tayo tulong-tulong, no? It would be good if we stop criticizing each other and criticizing all the programs of the government because we don't really understand the total program. As executives, alam naman natin, magkakaibang style natin. Your strategy will always be different with my strategy.
Yes.
As to the economy of the country, definitely moving forward tayo. I am very optimistic. Our group discusses almost every meeting on how the progress of the country is going. Sure, inflation is everywhere. Hindi
global
to eh.
Yes.
So hindi dapat tayo mabahala. Okay? We should not worry so much about the inflation because inflation means people have money and are willing to spend. That's the thing with inflation. Iba ng recession, iba ng depression, no? Sa inflation, iikot at iikot ang pera. This is not the time to scheme. This is a time we're in after a crisis, just like what Baguio went through in 1990 after the earthquake.
Yes.
Our advice to the city was spend. Not time to save. This is the time to spend. We have to circulate our money so that everybody will benefit from it.
We always live by the tagline, Lemonade Hotel, your gracious host in Baguio City. So by the time you step in the hotel, you can really feel the warmth, the love, and very passionate employees that we have there. Pre-pandemic, I think it surpassed already. So in 2020 and 2021, sobra yung parang excitement of all tourists to really come up here. Well, Baguio is known to be a destination city and it's not surprising naman na parang lahat yata na-excite to really stay. So parang at that time,
ang Baguio.
yeah, very convenient to travel from Manila or anywhere in Luzon. Well, COVID is still there, but we have to live with it. The recovery processes and system right now, I think everybody will be able to get through with this month. Definitely, I have friends working at Net25, at Tony Pet, and Love has a new program there, Love in Every Tongue, something like that. So I think they're the bridge for me to be able to work with Net25, and I can see that the program is getting there. So I wish Net25 and all its program good luck and really more power.
Wow, thank you. That's a very good ending. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. buzzword of the week is scalability. It refers to the ability of an organization or a system, such as a computer network, to perform well under an increased or expanding workload. A system that scales well will be able to maintain or increase its level of performance even as it is tested by larger and larger operational demands. As an entrepreneur, knowing about your market plays a big role in your success. Fielding yourself against the giants in the industry is going to be a walk in the park if you back yourself with data and knowledge. While you're drawing up the possibilities of your business, remember to stay focused on what your strengths are and use that to compete and find your space. Just like the inspiring story of BEXCS, the company studied the gaps and their competitors and went straight to fill them in. In the process, it became a necessary complement to other businesses. While the company is relatively new, it managed to scale itself up because of their mindset. For BEXCS and Marjorey, no is not a rejection, but a way to see new opportunity. And with that, our quote of the week is, "The secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Thank you, Ms. Marjorey Rubio, at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ng isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po, si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marjorey.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama nating matutunan ang isa na namang makabuluhang usapan dito sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin nating mag-like at mag-subscribe sa ating social media page at Net25 TV. Ating alamin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Paano ba lumaban sa mga naglalakihang negosyo kung ikaw ay isang bagong produkto? In the business of fire extinguishers, Reinold Max is putting out the fire and extinguishing the stigma of being a relatively new brand, slugging out with more popular or established names. How would its parent company, WSG Group, get a slice of the market share? We'll find out from Winston Galang, the president and CEO of WSG Group, the company behind the sale of Reinold Max fire extinguishers in the Philippines. in a highly competitive industry is in itself a huge challenge to overcome. In the case of WSG Group, parent company of Reinold Max, a fairly new entrant in the fire extinguishing market, it is slowly putting out the flame in its market segment with its nanotechnology and modern fire extinguisher set to disrupt the industry. Here with us is Winston Galang, the President and CEO of WSG Group, the company behind the sale of Reinold Max fire extinguishers, to talk more about the innovations of Reinold Max and how it breaks the mold in the business of fire safety. Musta kayo, Wilson?
Kumusta, sir?
So, ayun, bago ko tanungin yung mga nahihanda nating mga questions ngayon, I just have to read this research. Parang based on our research, about 12.9% increase in fire incidents in the first 2 months compared to January, February 2021. And the residential fires caused by faulty electrical issues, more than half of total fire incidents are caused by electrical problems. At meron pa, ang sinasabi dito sa research namin, there was a 13% rise in fire incidents in the Philippines from early 2021 to 22. That's according to BFP, mainly caused by faulty electrical wiring. Di ba sabi nga nila, okay lang na manakawan ka kaysa masanugan ka.
Yes,
so, gaano ka-importante ang fire safety at saka fire extinguishers?
Actually, sir, sa Philippines, tayo po napaka-conscious natin. Isa tayo sa top 10 countries na may mataas na incidents ng sunog sa buong mundo. And in fact, sir, sa Philippines lang, we have a Fire Prevention Month, March 1 to
yung
March 30.
awareness. So, at ang alam ko, ang Net25 at ang community namin, talagang we support that. Di ba? We put the streamers all over.
Yes, aware kami sa mga programa ng Net25 pagdating po sa fire safety. And in fact, kaya napili talaga namin ang inyong programa, ang inyong pong stasyon, para maging partner namin sa pagpapalagana po ng fire safety sa buong mundo.
Yung sinabi mo, Winston, kanina, 30 days lang ang fire month or fire awareness. Bakit? Gaano kahaba yung iba?
Actually, sir, tayo po ang may pinakamahaba.
Tayo pinakamahaba?
Yes, sir. Ang fire prevention actually hindi lang naman dapat, of course, 30 days. It should be 365 days in a year. Pero yung awareness po, yung tinatawag nating info drive, yung pagbibigay ng tips and precautions, yung iba't ibang programa na ginagawa ng gobyerno sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas, ito po ay ginagawa sa loob ng 30 araw, sa loob ng Fire Prevention Month o buwan ng March. And in fact, sa Pilipinas lang po ang may ganitong kasabihan. Katulad ng sinabi niyo kanina, di baling manakawan ako kahit 10 beses, wag lang akong masunugan ng isa.
Oh, that's right, that's right. And another thing that you mentioned, Winston, was you said, I think we're one of the top 10 with the highest fire incidents. Ano ang dahilan kaya nito?
Yes, sir. Actually, ang pagkakaalam ko po, tayo po ay nasa pang-apat. Ang iba po ay yung pong mga forest fire. Yan yung mga number 1. At bakit po? Pero po mababa ang loss of lives natin pagdating sa fire. Naagapan naman po natin yung pagkawala ng buhay. Pero pag in terms of properties po, napakataas po ng rating natin. At in terms of yung pong statistics dun sa fire sa buong Pilipinas ay napakataas. At lalong tumataas katulad ng mga nabanggit nyo. Dahil po, of course, sa population growth. Dahil po sa sobrang paglaganap po ng mga areas na yung pong tatawag nating informal settlers na gumagamit po ng mga jumper. Actually, meron pong mga kuryente na kung mapapansin nyo po, may mga areas dyan. Yun po yung mga parang sapot na ng gagamba, patong-patong na po. At yung metro,
web na siya.
Opo, yung metro, sir, makikita nyo, nakalagay na po sa poste, hindi na po sa bahay. Sa sobrang dami, yun po. At pagka since nag-start ng sunog rito, kaya tumataas po, dahil po talagang yung mga highly combustible materials, yung mga kahoy lang, dun po sa mga areas na yan. At malaki po ang nadadami. Actually, mababa lang po pagdating sa mga informal settler o squatter, pero po marami pong area, malalaga na po kasi hindi makapasok ang mga bombero.
Maganda rin, Winston, yung sinabi mo kanina na dapat ang information drive ay 365 days. It's not only 1 month. But the question there is that, are people really aware of fire safety? March is the fire safety, but nagugulat din tayo minsan sa balita, lumalabas na may sunog kahit umuulan or panahon ng bagyo.
Correct.
Ano yung mga months na mataas talaga ng fire incidents, at ano naman yung, halimbawa, hindi naman kumbaga summer pero may sunog, ano ang kadalasan na bunga nito?
Yan po. Sabi po nila, hindi, total umuulan naman, hindi naman siguro prone sa sunog pagka ganito mga panahon. Hindi po nila alam, kapag umuulan po, malakas ang hangin, malakas ang ulan, malakas ang bagyo, tayo po yung nagsasarado ng mga bintana. Tama po ba? Ngayon po, diyan naman po tumataas yung tinatawag nating kitchen fires. Na kapag ka nagkaroon ng leak ang LPG po, nakokompress yung gas, tapos konting spark lang po ng ilaw, kahit na pinindot mo lang po yung ilaw. Meron pong isang bahay, sir, nakasarado yung bahay niya sa lakas ng bagyo, sa lakas ng ulan. Nakasarado po ang mga bintana, pero nagulat siya, amoy LPG po. Ang ginawa niya po, since nakapatay ang ilaw, pagbaba niya po ng kusina, binuksan niya yung ilaw. Pagpindot niya po ng ilaw, yung spark sa loob ng switch, yung po ang nag-ignite para sumabog yung buong bahay. Since na-compress na po yung LPG dun sa kitchen. Yun po ay panahon ng tag-ulan. Ngayon naman, sir, sa pagdating naman po ng Disyembre, tumataas pa rin po. Kaya buong taon ho yan, hindi lang po tuwing March ang pagtaas. Sa December naman po, napakadelikado. Gumamit tayo ng mga gamit sa decoration na hindi po pasado sa standard.
Wow, that's very interesting. A lot of us are aware of that, but still a lot of people don't realize, di ba, that it is the cause. Pero bakit ito ang industriya na napili mo maliban sa mga ibang negosyo mo pa na hinahawakan?
Opo. Actually po, ang pagdating po sa fire safety, ito po ang kunoon ng negosyo ko. Ako po ay nag-umpisa sa fire safety po noong ako po ay 15 years old pa lamang.
Wow.
Opo. Nakasama na po
Hindi ko natatanungin ang edad mo, Winston, dahil magkakaalaman tayo.
Opo. Ano lang naman ho yun, 10 years ago. Ngayon po, napasok po ako sa industry ng fire safety at kami po ay isa sa mga pioneer po ng mga ahente ng mga safety devices sa LPG, actually. Yun po yung nag-automatic shut-off pag may leak. At tayo po ang nag-develop nito sa Pilipinas at ako rin po ang nag-reinvent nung bagong safety para po sa LPG. Yung pong Reinold Max, kung tawagin, po. Sister product po ng Reinold Max. Ngayon po, for the longest time po, kami po ay tinatanong din ang aming kliyente, bakit wala kang mga fire extinguisher? So, naisipan ko pong mag-carry po noon ng mga traditional. At nakita natin yung mga ups and downs, yung mga disadvantages ng mga lumang teknolohiyang ito. May mga pagkakataon po na nalaman natin na sumasabog pala yan. Ito po pala ay hindi na dumadaan sa karamihan dito, hindi dumadaan sa standard. At yan po ay may mga cylinder pa po na talagang sobrang kalawang na ay sumasabog. Ang mga fire extinguisher po ay in-invent at ginawa para sumagip ng buhay, hindi para sumabog at kumitil ng buhay.
Yeah. That's very enlightening. But why were you exposed to fire safety at a very young age? Parang meron pa kayong karanasan dyan?
Magandang tanong, sir. Actually, noon ako po ay 8 years old, kami po nakahiga sa kama. Kasama po, actually, maliit lang bahay namin. Sama-sama kami sa isang queen size na kama. Mother ko, father ko, at dalawa kami magkapatid sa isang kama. Nagulat po kami, nagsisisigaw po ang mother ko, katabi ko, dahil umaapoy po yung kama namin. Nandun po kami lahat nakahiga, pati po yung dingding umaapoy na. Yung pala po yung katol, dumikit po sa kama, ang kama ko pala, pagka lalo na kung luma-luma, alos antik na po yung kutsyon, mabilis po ang paglaganap. At nasusunog na po yung buhok ng aking mother noon. Napagising ang father ko, nagpanik. Sa sobrang panic po niya, hindi na po siya nag-atubiling kumuha ng kahit na anong material na pangpatay, kundi ginamit niya bare hands niya po. Pinagpag po, pati yung bakal, yung dingding, pinagpag niya ng kamay niya para sagipin lang po kami, para po mamatay at maapula ang apoy. Sa kagandang loob ng Panginoon talaga po kami, naligtas kami. Pero po,
Ilan kayo nun?
third degree burn ang nag-suffer ang aking ama.
Ilan kayo nun?
4 po kami.
4 kayo. So, ligtas naman yun.
Naligtas naman po.
Pero third degree burn?
Third degree burn. At lumipas ang panahon, sir. Ako po ay nahilig na pag kami narinig po ako nga bumbero. Talaga po kahit malayo pinupuntahan ko on my own little way, sir. Tumutulong ako sa mga bumbero kung paano. Kahit pagbuhat lang ng LPG o paglabas ng mga kagamitan. Kaya isa po ako talaga sa advocate pagdating po sa fire safety.
Sometimes parang your passion for a business or your advocacy is coming from that sad experience,
Yes,
and
sir.
that happened to
Opo.
you. And then
Yun ang nag-drive, sir, sa akin.
yes, that was the key driver. Related to also to what you mentioned as well, you mentioned about innovating a certain part of, was that LPG?
Yes, yes.
What was the key driver naman in that innovation? Ano yung nilagyan mo ng innovation para mabago at yun ang maging standard?
Okay. Ito po ay imported from Japan. Yung pong brand niya is Wintide. Ngayon po, sir, nakita ko po ang disadvantage kasi po, ito po ay kinakabit after the regulator. So, pagka nagkaroon ng leak ang regulator mo, sir, yung regulator po, ang ability niya, ang function niya is to regulate the flow of gas. Ngayon po, pagka nagkaroon ng problema ang regulator, so magkaroon ng leak doon, hindi niya mariregulate ang gas. So, mas malakas ang apoy. At yung device, kinakabit after the regulator, so hindi siya magfa-function. So, walang kwenta po. No, ang ginawa natin, in-innovate natin, nilagay po natin yung safety device before the regulator para kahit mismo ang regulator magkaroon ng leak, ay magsa-shut off pa rin yung device natin. Yun po yung tinatawag nating bagong innovation na tayo po ang naka-imbento sa Pilipinas. Ako po mismo, D.O.T po siya.
Wow. But is that already patented?
Meron na po siyang patent pending. Inaaral pa rin po ng IPO yung patent niya at naway ma-release na po yung patent number.
Are you not experiencing, other problems there? Because I know that, di ba, with the major brands, since they are already manufacturing, producing, a lot of brands, what do you think are the challenges para mapabilis yung patent nito?
Actually, ang challenge po kasi, this is innovation. Wala pong competitor, sir. At inaaral pa po talaga pagdating sa engineering ng IPO. Nagsabit na rin na kami ng test pa sa DTI para po malis ang kanyang product standard, yung PS Mark po. So, para ma-release po yung IPO. Hopefully po, within this year, ma-release po ang patent ng D.O.T sa Philippines.
But Max and that other innovation or that patent is not what we're going to talk about. We'll be talking about the Reinold Max, an innovation also in fire extinguisher. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. Open for Business is back, and with me is, of course, the President and CEO of Reinold Max, and here we have this very portable product. So, yung iba ko kasi nakikita na fire extinguisher, ang bibigat, ang lalaki.
Yes, sir.
Pero ito ba, makakatigil ba ng sunog yan?
Actually, nung nakita ko po ito, nung introduce sa akin itong product na to, para i-carry sa Philippines and to be the exclusive distributor in the Philippines, sabi ko, talaga ba? Totoo ba? At kami po, since ako po ay, we do high-impact demonstrations. Ako po mismo ang nag-test nito. At breathtaking talaga, sir. Kasi ang kayang patayin po nito ay more than incipient fire. Kasi incipient fire po, o yung nag-uumpis ang sunog, ang susunod po niyan ay Task Force Alpha na. Sunog na talaga, sir. So, ibig sabihin, yung Task Force Alpha ay kaya niya na po niya.
So, maliban doon sa incipient fire, yung Task Force Alpha, kaya rin?
Kaya na po.
Bakit? Anong meron dyan?
Kasi po, yung nagsusuumpis ang sunog, sir, maliit na apoy pa lamang yan. Kung nag-aapoy na po ang buong set, ng kortina, umaapoy na po, hindi na po nag-uumpisa yan. Sunog na po talaga yan. Pero sa isang bote lamang nito, sir, kayang-kaya niyang iapula. At ang kagandahan nito, sir, na gamit mo, mga kalahati lang, maitatabi mo pa, at magagamit mo pa. Sana hindi mangyari, pero halimbawa meron pong camping fire o yung sunog, nagsiga ka, hindi mo na kailangan busan ng tubig, spray mo lang. Ang kagandahan po nito, ito pong ganito kalaki ang katumbas nito, sir, sa traditional, ay yung may hila-hila ka na, yung may gulong, yung pong...
Hindi ba na mabibigat pa?
Opo, 50 pounds na po, na HCFC po, napakamahal nun
50 pounds
na kulay green.
Oo.
Yan po. Yan po ang katumbas natin, hindi po yung red. Kasi po ang red po, yung pong maliit natin, yung pong 500 na mas maliit dito, ang katumbas po nun ay 10 pounds na fire extinguisher na. Yun po ang kaparehas niya. Kasi po, ang spray time natin ay tumatagal po ng 19 seconds. Samantalang yung maliliit na yun ay 6 na segundo lamang. At pagka na-spray mo, pa kahit 1 millisecond lang yun, sir, hindi mo na pwedeng gamitin ulit. Single shot lamang siya. Samantalang ang ating fire extinguisher, pag pinindot mo to, may magagamit mo pa uli. At ito po ay hindi kagad nauubos.
Pero ano ang laman niyan? What is in there that makes it really powerful or as powerful as more traditional fire extinguishers?
Yes, sir. Ang laman po nito ay AFFF. Kaya lamang, pinag-iba po nito sa ordinary AFFF, ito pa ay gumamit na ng nanotechnology at ang tawag po sa kanya ay IAFF or Advanced Innovated Aqueous Film Forming Foam or IAFF.
So yun ang wala sa traditional na fire extinguishers. Ano ang laman ng mga traditional na walang nanotechnology?
Unang-una po ang pinakamabili po sa ngayon ay yung tatawag nating dry chemical na ito po ay naimbento noong 1818 pa po. Even yung pong cylinder niya.
Naku, kapanahonan pa natin yun, Mads.
Matanda pa talaga sa lola natin. Ito po ay gumagamit ng monoammonium phosphate or potassium carbonate. Parang baking soda, sir. So, parang ano po, parang pulbos na pagka...
ganun nga, yun yung nakikita natin na dinidemo ng,
yes, sir, na
ng BFP, mga ganyan.
Ito po ay delikado. Although they claim that this is not non-toxic, but, sir, pagka ikaw na-ingest mo o na-inhale mo, it will toxify your body internally. So, delikado sa katawan. Delikado po sa health.
Dito, ano yung, is it safe? Like, say, kunyari, pag malanghap mo.
Yes.
Di ka
Sir,
ba,
since, ito po
hindi ka nga namatay sa apoy, namatay ka naman sa nalalanghap mo, lason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ito po, may demonstration kami. Ang gamit po nito ay IAFF na food grade. Ibig sabihin, sir, no? So, organic siya. Mas-spray mo sa mata mo, mas-spray mo. Sa demo po namin, sir, nilulunok pa. Kasi po, napaka-safe niya. Yet, napaka-powerful sa apoy. Yan po. Meron po tayong MSDS na talagang human-safe siya at eco-friendly.
Pag organic yan, ibig sabihin, kahit na posibleng makain or malasahan,
yes, sir,
anong mangyayari?
Uminom ka lang po ng tubig para mawala po yung aftertaste.
So, ano pong lasa?
Masarap naman. Ang lasa niya of course, parang may lasa, may pagkalasang sabon. Pero po, hindi po dahil. Parang sabon po. In case na mapunta sa mata mo, o sa bibig mo, or toothpaste.
Kasi baka mamaya, bibili si Mads nito, pero...
Ipapalaman sa tinapay, sir.
Ipapalaman na sa tinapay. Hindi na niya ipang ano to. Hindi na pang fire extinguisher to.
Yes,
pang extinguish. But, that's very interesting. Pero, and exciting because somehow you make fire safety and fire extinguishing devices sexy. It's like a new sexy product. But, malinaw sa mga nabanggit mo tungkol sa inyong produkto na mas angat ang klase nito kumpara sa mga nasa merkado ngayon. Ang gusto nating malaman ngayon, paano nyo hinaharap ang kompetisyon, lalo na marami at mas may mga kilala yung iba, mas may pinapaboran yung iba. Kumbaga, itong si Reinold Max ang David na kalaban ng mga gulayan. So, how do you manage market competition?
Kagandahan po nito, bago pa lamang po tayo pumasok ang Reinold Max sa Philippines, ay meron na pong batas sa RA 9514, sir, na nagsasabi, dapat po, ang inyong mga fire extinguisher ay merong mga classification numbers. Ito pa ay makikita nyo sa inyong mga sa cylinder. At nakasaad po dyan, preceded by a rating number, sir. Meron pong number yan na para masukat yung efficacy kung gaano ka-effective ang fire extinguisher. Hindi po sinusukat ang pagko-comply, lalo na sa mga negosyo, sa pamamagitan po ng laki, ng kulay, at ng amount kung magkano. Ito po ay
Kasi baka sabihin nila kung mas mahal yon, mas mataas ang klase nun.
Opo. Minsan po ang sinusukat po ng bumbero ay kung sino po yung kaibigan nila na supplier. Pero dito po sa atin, nakikita po natin dyan, no? Yung po mga rating na yan, ang nagsasabi po kung gaano kalakas. At so far po, isa lang po tayo sa iilan lamang na nagko-comply dito po sa standard na to, sir. Ito pong rating na to ay galing pa sa mga highly reputable mga testing laboratories abroad.
Isa-isahin lang siguro natin, Winston, ano yung dapat for the education of the consumers who are watching? I'm sure there's a lot of small businesses, big businesses, or even consumers who may want to be interested and be educated in this type of technology. Ano yung dapat na mga makita nila na marka?
Okay.
Let's do it one by one.
Yes, sir.
Ano po yun?
Unang-una, sir, dapat po may classification. Yung classification po yung letter kung saan po effective yung pag-apula niya ng apoy. Ang Reinold Max lamang po ang meron pong classification na A, B, C, D, and K. So yan lang po ang 5 klase ng apoy sa buong mundo, sir. Ang Reinold Max pa lang ang una at kaisa-isang fire extinguisher na pwede sa lahat ng klase po ng apoy.
Ano ba yung mga klase ng apoy?
Ang una po ay para sa mga solid, combustible materials.
Okay.
Ang pangalawa po ay mga flammable liquid and
Flammable.
gases. Yung pong gasolina, gas, LPG, or oxygen, medical oxygen, sir, sumasabog yan. Number 3 is yung electrical faulty wiring, kuryente. Opo. At kahit anong pwedeng pagmula ng sunog galing sa kuryente. Number 3 po ay yung pong metal, combustible metal, yung pong aluminum or yung tatawag nating magnesium. And yung K po, yung tatawag nating kitchen fires, galing po sa mga mantika, sobrang kumulong mantika po, napakahirap patayin niya, sir. Yung umapoy na kumukulong mantika.
Tsaka yun ang madalas na mangyari din dahil
kitchen fires.
So pwede sa lutong dasa ito.
Yes, sir. Ito po ay merong rating na 5K po.
Pag sinabi mong 5K, ano ibig sabihin yan?
Ibig sabihin
Baka 5,000 na yan, di naman.
Ang 5K po, ibig sabihin po, since K siya sa ay ang katumbas ng 5 fire extinguisher. Parang gano'n po. Dito po sa 3 ay katumbas po ng 10 pounds. Ganun po ang parang marking niya. Pero po, kaya po sa 3A, doon po sa, meron pong table sa batas, sa RA 9514, kung ano mga dapat sundin para sa mga rating numbers na yan. At tayo po ay pasok sa lahat ng rating na hinahanap sa RA 9514 or Fire Code of the Philippines.
Wow, that's very educational, and I'm sure later on we'll flash the numbers and also the Facebook pages where you can get more information about this.
Sir, may dagdag ko lang.
Okay, go ahead.
Pagdating po sa competition, dahil talagang nagulat po sila dahil po sa portability. Number 1 po talaga. Isipin niyo, sir, from 7 years old to 7 years old, sir, kadalasan naiiwan po yung anak o yung matanda, yung lola, ay kayang-kaya niyang gamitin, sir.
Gaano kabigat ito?
Yes, sir. Tingnan niyo, subukan niyo kahit 1 daliri, sir.
Oo nga eh. Pero ano ang daliri ko eh. Ayan, pero magaan. Tama, o kahit na yung
50 pounds, no? Ang katumbas po nito, yung may
50
gulong.
pounds.
50 pounds. Higit pa. Yung ating 750 ml.
Wow.
Para sa inyong mga negosyo. No? Opo, ayan po. Tayo po yung nagko-comply sa pag sinabi po ni bombero na hindi po pwede yan, wag po kayong maniniwala, sir. Meron po kaming hotline na ifa-flash sa inyong screen. Sabihin nyo lang po sa amin kung meron pong resistance o meron pong nag-o-oppose at kami po ang bahala para po sa mga ganyang klaseng kalakaran, sir.
Are you saying, Winston, that it is probably the only, in terms of portability, it's the most portable fire extinguisher in the country?
In its class, sir.
In its class.
Opo. Ito ang pinaka-portable po pagdating sa ganitong kalalakas o ka-effective na mga fire extinguisher. May portable pong fire extinguisher na available po sa merkado. Pero po, hindi ko na po sabihin ng brand, mura rin siya, pero mas magandang bumili na po kayo ng 1 liter na tubig kasi yun na po ang katumbas ng mga yun.
Tsaka parang mabigat din siya eh. Mabigat yun kahit yung pinakamaliit. So ito ba meron pang ibang sizes.
We have 500, we have 750, and we
This
have...
is 750.
Opo, at meron tayong 1 liter o 1,000 ml.
You have 1 liter, you have 750, you have 500, and the smallest one is?
Yun po ay ating dinidesign pa lang, yung 250 po para sa mga motor. Parang stick na lang po siya.
Yes.
Pero ang katumbas po nun ay isa't kalahating 10 pounds na po.
At kailangan din dahil maraming nagmumotor ngayon at marami tayong nakikita sa social media na...
Kahit nasa bulsa mo na lang, sir, may nakita kang umaapoy na motor, umaapoy po na kotse, bunutin mo lang, isprayan mo po.
That's right.
Kayang katumbas na po ng isa't kalahating ordinary na 10 pounds na po yun.
Oh, that's great. And you know what, the beauty of this sa ating mga nanonood ngayon, parang ano na lang parang it's like a flask, di ba? That you can, where you regularly put your tumbler, where you put your water or your coffee and drink. It's as easy as that. It's very light, you know. And siyempre, parang it has a very, very good design as well. Diba?
Yes.
Parang sometimes nga, hindi mo pa malaman. I think we're lacking time, but I just have a few questions so that our viewers, I'm sure ngayon pa lang, ang dami nang gustong tumingin dyan.
At malamang, ang tanong dyan, sir, yung kung gaano katagal niyang gagamitin. No?
Yes.
Ito po, kumpara po sa ordinary fire extinguisher, ito po ay tumatagal ng 5 years. Yung ordinary po ay 1 year lamang.
Magpapalit ka na.
Magpalit ka na o mag-refill ka. Samantalang ito po, naku, malaking matitipid
Hindi
na
ka na magre-refill dyan.
ang mga business owners. Kasi po, 5 taon kang compliant po pagdating po sa inyong mga fire safety inspection clearance. Pag ipakita nyo lang po yung resibo nyo na binili nyo po, kahit na 4 years ago, compliant ka pa rin po dahil po ito po ay good for 5 years. Hindi po siya nag-expire and wina-warranty po yan. May warranty po yan na 5 years, sir.
Pero ang tanong, di ba? Ang ganda, di ba? Ang gaan, napaka-portable. Pero magkano naman? Baka kasing bigat naman ng gold bar ang presyo.
Yes,
ano
sir.
pong presyo, Winston?
Ang presyo po ay actually sa ngayon po ang ating ang SRP po. Ito po ay nagkakahalaga ng 7,500. Pero meron po tayong promo. Tumawag mo lang po sila sa ating mga online stores. Meron po tayo available sa market na meron pong mga special discounts. No? Actually, meron po tayo promo. Nasa 4-5 lang siya ngayon. Kung tutuusin, kung i-divide nyo po sa 5 years, yung halaga po nito...
4-5 divide by 5 years.
Opo. At isa pa, ang kalaban po natin ay nagkakahalaga ng 6-5. Hindi po yung 10 pounds ang katumbas nito, yung pong kulay green. Kasi po, yung 10 pounds, sir, pag pinatay mo po yung apoy at sinindihan mo, mag-aapoy pauli. Pero si green, parehas po namin. Yung gasolina na inisprayan mo, hindi na po mag-aapoy katulad po ng green or HCFC. Yun po ang katumbas ng chemical na to. Kaya po, mas mura pa siya at mas cost efficient kasi 5 taon kang makakatipid na hindi ka na kailangan bumili ulit.
Okay, that's a key term there. It's very cost efficient. So, you know, there are some things that I have to ask before we end this interview. Kasi marami ding nanonood ng mga maliliit na negosyante. So, siyempre, tinitingnan nila, halimbawa, okay, napakaganda ng produkto ninyo. Competitive din dahil cost efficient siya. Pero, paano nyo nahihikayat din ang mga mamamayan na bumili nito? Because I'm sure there's a lot of businesses out there also, and of course, when you inspire them, how would they compete with the Goliaths in their business?
Na-encourage namin na bumili ng Reinold Max compared po sa mga dating technology dahil po sa ito po ay kung susuriin nyo at kung kami po ay hayaan nyo mag-present sa inyo, makikita nyo ang aming videos, kami po ay merong 4 na pong advantage kumpara po, 4 na po, sir. 40 advantages kumpara po sa mga dating traditional fire extinguisher. At sa pamamagitan po ng ating mga distributors nationwide, kami po ay nakakapag-promote at meron kami info drive. At kami po ay patuloy na humahanap ng mga interested parties to be our partner in different areas, to be our distributors. Kaya kung gusto niyo pong maging partner, pumunta po sa aming mga website, WSG, FB/WSG Group, at maipa-plus din po sa inyong mga screens, sir.
Wow, Winston, there are a lot of things that we want to ask, but I think because Net25 and Reinold Max are partners in fire safety, we will be coming up with more of the exposures, maybe
Yes,
in
sir.
other shows, so you can do demonstrations there on the benefits of this brand of fire extinguisher.
Yes, sir.
Maraming salamat sa iyo,
Welcome,
Winston, at kailangan ngayon pa lang parang kalahati pa lang ang mga tanong ko, but I hope to see you again, not only in Open for Business, but in other shows of the network. Open for Business will be back. Stay with us.
Escapo Restaurant and Bar is now open for business. The new addition to the restaurant scene in Quezon City offers delectable delights for foodies, doubling as a place to unwind after a hard day's work. With its relaxing features and offering, Escapo is indeed a true escape from the hustle and bustle of a busy day. The selection of delicious food paired with standard drinks provide comfort for the weary. Come on over to the new hangout place here in Mindanao Avenue, corner Tandang Sora, Quezon City, the Escapo Restaurant.
This is a family KTV and resto bar. We have Filipino, Italian, meron din tayong grills, popular Filipino food. It is a combination of a resto bar, we have shows, nightly shows like comedies, bands, we have acoustic singers, and also we have games, we have billiards, and we also have KTV rooms for families. Actually, even kids are welcome here. Makikita nyo, we have red and black. Actually, this is the color of our product. Alam niyo na, yung Reinold Max na partner natin. Isa tayo sa major advertiser ng Net25, and the color of Reinold Max is black and red also. So yun ang theme natin sa fire safety pa rin, of course. Siguro nagtataka sila bakit Escapo. Actually, we have very big signage on the front and also at the back. Ang meaning talaga yan is escape from reality, escape from pressure, anxiety, issues, problem. Pag nandito talaga, fun to your life talaga. Sa maiksing panahon, nakasama namin mag-enjoy kayo lahat. I would like to invite all the viewers to visit our place, Escapo QC. It's located at along Mindanao Avenue, corner Road 20. And the food is great. You can have fun, enjoy here, and also ma-enjoy nyo rin yung ating mga KTV rooms. The music is so good, lights, and we have huge parking front and back. So please come and visit us at Escapo, Quezon City.
FIBA once again picked the largest indoor arena, Philippine Arena, as venue of the sixth window for the Asian qualifiers between the visiting team Lebanon and host country Philippines. Basketball fans filled the arena with cheers as Gilas Pilipinas stars Junmar Fajardo, Dwight Ramos, Ray Parks, Jamie Malonzo, CJ Perez, and Scotty Thompson played it out against the tough Lebanon squad. This match also saw naturalized player Justin Brownlee suit up for the Philippines. Our own Gilas Pilipinas defeated the visiting Lebanon team in front of a huge crowd. The home team Gilas Pilipinas dominated the Lebanon team with a score of 107-96 in the sixth and final window of the FIBA Asian qualifiers. Thousands of fans who came to the Philippine Arena witnessed the Philippines come back from its loss to Lebanon last year in Beirut. Naturalized Filipino citizen Justin Brownlee led Gilas' victory with 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. This was followed by 15 points from Jamie Malonzo. According to Brownlee, he is happy with the result of the game and the warm support of his team's fans.
Man, it was great. I love the atmosphere. The fans came out and showed great energy. The team played well together. Just luckily, we got the win. We played a great team in Lebanon, and we fought hard. They fought hard. Just all around good game.
Brownlee shared his joy in playing in the largest indoor arena, adding that according to him, the atmosphere it brings to the players is spectacular.
Just unlimited joy. It's just I got so much joy playing in the Philippines and playing in front of these fans, and always coming to Philippine Arena. It could bring any player joy. Playing in front of all these fans. So just all around, it was great atmosphere, and just got a lot of joy.
According to another player from the Philippine team, Kiefer Ravina, Gilas Pilipinas will prepare for their next game.
We have one more game, That's the most important thing. I think before looking too much ahead, we have to take care of Jordan again here in our home front.
Also present at the game is the new FIBA World Cup Global Ambassador Carmelo Anthony, who just came from his media conference in Quezon City. Gilas will face Jordan in the next and final Asian qualifiers game tomorrow, Monday at 6 p.m. at the Philippine Arena. FIBA is open for business here in the Philippine Arena. I am Jasmine Agustin for Open for Business.
In business news, House targets 12.4 billion pesos per year revenue with proposed luxury tax. The House Committee on Ways and Means said that its proposed luxury tax is seen to raise at least 12.4 billion pesos a year, according to Committee Chairman Albay Representative Jose Maria Salceda. The panel is looking to include in the shortlist items like high-end watches, cars selling above 5 million, private jets, residential property valued at over 100 million per unit, beverages higher than 20,000 per bottle, and leather goods worth more than 50,000. Meanwhile, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry warned that such a move will turn off luxury good brands and may instead leave the country, hurting the Philippines' chances of becoming a shopping destination. China's population drops to 1.4 billion in 2022. China's population fell by roughly 850,000 to 1.4 billion at the end of 2022. Its worst since 1961. Reports from the country's National Bureau of Statistics said the decline somehow lends credence to predictions that India will outpace China as the world's most populous nation this year. Over the long term, experts from the United Nations expect China's population to shrink by 109 million by 2050, which is more than triple the decline forecast it made in 2019. China has seen one of its weakest performances in 40 years as it reported a mere 3% improvement in 2022. Official results from the country showed the growth is even lower than its own forecast of 5.5%, which is also slower than its 8% performance in 2021. The slow growth was attributed to lower exports due to drop in global demand and strict health restrictions that affected the country's economic activity.
Something that we are very grateful to Net25 for giving us the opportunity to be part of the Let's Net Together here in Baguio. We have our branch here in Baguio, actually in Cedar Peak, and we are planning to have more. In the outskirts ng Baguio, we also have our stores. So it's an opportunity for us for awareness for our store, although more than 300 stores na yung Mr. DIY in the Philippines right now. To be exact, it's 335. And in the world, we actually have more than 2,000 stores na. Mr. DIY is positioned as a one-stop shop for family home improvement needs. So I think with that kind of positioning, market positioning, talagang swak siya for the entire market ng Pilipinas or ng Filipino with the rest of the Southeast Asian countries. No? So we are so grateful to the local market because they are really patronizing Mr. DIY. It's now becoming a home brand, no? A household brand when it comes to home improvement. With Mr. DIY, you can actually find most of the things that you need in terms of home improvement. We have from household, we have furnishing, of course we have hardware, we have electrical, so we even have car accessories, and even for the pets, we even have products with 18,000 products that is under the portfolio of Mr. DIY. So it's really for the entire family. During the pandemic time, we continuously open stores. So it's really something that is yung the expansion, yung growth ng company is so aggressive, and it's our commitment to the Filipino people na to serve more of them, to give them the always low prices products. And at the same time, providing job opportunities for our fellow Filipinos.
Ang brand ng Fresh Bites ay ethically sourced from the farmers of Cordillera. Kaya we are proud to say na ang kape po ng Fresh Bites ay natural na galing po dito sa kabundukan ng Cordillera, at ang Benguet Arabica coffee po ay may sarili siyang flavor profile na tinatawag namin sa coffee industry na may pagka-fruity ang dating niya sa mga coffee cuppers. Sa akin po bilang isang researcher, tuloy-tuloy po yung pag-aaral ko sa kape. Hindi po lahat ng kape isang style ng pagluluto. Every time po kahit sa isang farmer, every year tinetest close ko pa rin yan kung saan siya maganda, kung saan siya masarap.
Totoong kami po ay proud na proud dahil po noong pong sabihin na Daisy, kayo po ba sasama sa amin sa Baguio? Talagang sabi ko, aba, bakit naman hindi? Talagang let's go na. 17 years na po ang Biocosmetical Enterprise and going for 18 years na po for this year. So before the pandemic, andun na po kami sa larangan na yon. Ang main office po namin, 19 Paraluman Street, Isidora Hills Subdivision, Barangay Holy Spirit, Quezon City. And then po, kung sa Net 25 naman po, todo suporta po kami.
Everything now after the pandemic has been really good. The reason for that is everybody wanted to leave their houses from the trap space. So like right now, Baguio has also started with the sports tourism. So sports tourism, we're actually moving in towards events for sports. Golf, we have 3 golf courses here. We have trail runs, we have marathons, we have uphill bikes, uphill runs. So there's a lot of things that you can do in the whole of Baguio. And the best part is, all of this are also attached with our tourism department, where the hotels can accommodate your equipment. They can also house most of your visitors. There's activities for children, activities for elder people. Organo is basically a home-based business that is actually shared all over the world. And in the Philippines, we've started in 2008. And the best part is, you and I can have money coming into our own homes because we can use it as a business, but more so, use it for health. Specifically, we put in the king of herbs, which is Ganoderma lucidum, into all of our products, which helps us to be healthy.
I hope we can invite you for a longer interview at the studio, or we can come back here again.
I would love to.
Yes.
Or you can come back and I can host you.
Perfect. Okay. Open for Business will be back. Stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was nice to meet you. I hope.
Open for Business is back, and the buzzword of the week is nanotechnology. Nanotechnology refers to the branch of science and engineering devoted to designing, producing, and using structures, devices, and systems by manipulating atoms and molecules at nanoscale. Example, having one or more dimensions of the order of 100 nanometers, 100 millionth of a millimeter or less. Being in business means you need to tough it out and be focused in offering the product that you believe in. As a business person, you must keep the flame burning from your own passion to compete, especially with the more established brands you went ahead of you. Innovation and technology are available for us to benefit from by disrupting what has been the traditional way of doing business. Challenge the norm and be the catalyst, just like Reinold Max, that puts out the fire and stomps competition head on. with that, our quote of the week is, competition whose motive is merely to compete, to drive some other fellow out, never carries very far. The competitor to be feared is one who never bothers about you at all, but goes on making his own business better all the time. That's from Henry Ford, the American industrialist. Thank you, Winston Galang, at maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ng isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa pagninegosyo. Dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. Thank you so much, Winston. Thank you. Maraming salamat.